Hello, friends. Oh, it's working. Hello. Welcome. 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 What you got there? That's what I'm talking about. What's up, brother? Ski yeah. Oh shit. What's up, friends? Guapo Salsa Courier. Happy Thursday night, my guys. Happy Thursday. No better way to start the Thursday night with a little bit of Ween tribute. Oh, Mr. John Voight. Happy Thursday, my guy. How goes it, John? How goes it, Salsa? How's the fam? Guapo, we're on for tomorrow. It's going to be a great time. I'm looking stupid forward to it. Uh-oh. True Disc Golf. On Steam. Oh, shit. Dude, why do I feel like I've seen this before? Did they have this on... Oh, nice. Hell yeah, Guap. Awesome, Salsa. I love that. John getting the kids ready for bed. That's awesome. Dr. Levy. Happy Thursday, my brother. Oh, this is a bop of a song. Oh, shit, Doc. That's crazy. How much was that? Be careful with that stuff, too. I know CO2 extraction can be... I mean, all extraction, depending on style, can be a little bit sketch. Just... Yeah, Doc, that sounds about right. Wop, do you know if this True Disc Golf is that? I feel like I've seen that before. I feel like they tried to put that out on, what you call it? Fucking the Switch. I might have it on there. Yeah, the Switch, yep. Got a little chooch going on here, friends. If you want to start the night off with a little bit of one of these, let's do it. I appreciate y'all for being here. Cheers to you guys. This is just a demo. Let's try this. Yes, Steam is installed. What am I struggling with here? Oh, this motherfucker. Install it up. Alright, I think I'm installing it. I think. We don't even know. Oh, you gotta have a controller? No. Don't have that. Oh. Blood and tears. It's a disc golf game, Drum. How are you, my friend? Happy Thursday. I hear you've been crying. Oh, no. Oh! I did get your email, but I fucking didn't get it on here. Donuts! Oh, I need to put that on a button. Downloading cannabinoids as we speak. Mine should be installed in just a few seconds myself. Cheers to you and all my other installations out there. Oh, Drum, that's great news. Congrats. Happy Thursday to you as well. I'm doing pretty freaking well. Need to make a button. A button for the donuts. Misery. All alone. And since you've been gone, I hear you've been crying. Congrats, Drum. That's super fire to hear. Oh. Hello. There were there were two articles in the world of news of the cannabis that I'm gonna mention here in a minute, but you know, there's good things going on in the medical world. I looked at some other stuff that's going on over there. You know, this one here, an opinion on the rescheduling timeline. Yeah, it all makes sense if you read kind of through it. Rescheduling is just not happening soon. I don't think. Mention that. Um, Illinois sales numbers. We talk about that over there on the Two Dope Dudes. You guys probably heard that. I don't want to overdo it and overkill a fucking beat a dead horse, but look at this: 1.506 million, right? 1.722 million, 1.634, 1.552. We have the lowest cannabis sales numbers last year than we have in 3 years, like since 2022. Cannabis sales in Illinois, let's just say, not going great. Look at that. And according to this, they had to sell. Oh, me and Guap looked at it. They sold like 4 million less items, I thought, last year compared to, or this year compared to last year. But this one's saying 4 million more, which is. Anyway. Everyone went to Michigan. That's a big part of it. You're right, John. John, you really think it'll go back up again this year? Up from last year, not up from the highs, though, right? Or do you think that we'll top the 1.72? That's a big step, dude. It took the market 3 years to get there. And then it went below the 3-year target, right? Bro, I feel you. Every other guest was like just got back from or going soon. Dude, John, I used to, when I was out there, and this is in the most recent when we worked together, I was out there multiple times where somebody came to purchase something. They'd buy like one joint and say, I'm buying this so that I can drive out to Michigan, or they'd buy like a 0.3 gram little cart or something and then drive out. You know what I mean? I think it could go up a little bit. This is the two things that I wanted to talk about real quick, and we don't have to go super in depth to it. This is like one of my favorite sectors of cannabis stuff to talk about. There's a study that found cannabis use in middle-aged and older adults associated with larger brain volume and better cognitive function. You can just pretty much read that headline, and I don't know that you need to read much more of this. More older adults are using cannabis. It's more widely available and is being used by for different reasons than in younger folks, such as the sleep and chronic pain. Plus, people are living longer. We have to be asking, what are the long-term effects of cannabis use as we continue to age? Key points: research found larger brain volumes and better cognitive function among middle-aged and older adults who use cannabis, especially in moderate use cases. The areas of the brain studied include learning and memory, processing speed, attention, and execution function, traditionally thought of at odds with cannabis consumption. It's literally the stigma bullshit. Everybody says, oh, you're a dumb stony baloney. That's all you're fucking slow because you're smoking all that weed. Where studies are proving that to be not true. And on the contrary, we're showing far more cognitive capacity However, another brain region saw lower volume, suggesting the impact cannabis has on the brain is complex and nuanced, requiring further investigation. Um, and the part of the region that saw lower volumes, this typically is the part of the brain that stores memory. So it's not memory as much because look, learning and memory is here. It's like your trigger responses. It's where PTSD comes from. So is it decreasing from one part of the brain? Yes, that's still a reality, but like, is that decreasing betterment? So that's that, and then also, cannabis compounds could prevent Alzheimer's when paired with anti-inflammatory drug. This was a what's the drug called? I'm gonna find it here. Celecoxib is a selective COX2 inhibitor that is commonly prescribed for arthritis and pain. It's an anti-inflammatory, but combining THC with an anti-inflammatory drug, however, could provide the same benefits with fewer negative side effects. It's because THC we know to be an anti-inflammatory, a neuroprotectant, but then we see this that goes on too, which is sweet as can be. What did I also? Oh, um, Chi-Town Hi-Fi sent me one today too. Oh, cannabinoids and skin cancer. That's another one. Big fan of. I will. Oh, Drum, you might remember these people. I used to have a couple that come in, the husband and a wife. She had cancer. He was a caregiver. And they would wait for me no matter what. And they used to call me Professor. I don't know if you remember this couple. Amazing humans. But I talked to them, and that's what I thought I'd talk about today a little bit. Taking your health into your hands means a lot more than just start consuming cannabis, right? And I think that with the underlying tone and the sentiment and the conversational spots of what I talk about on here, it could seem like all I want you to do is consume cannabis. It's actually on the contrary. If I could have everybody do something, it would be, and it's not even everybody, it's the people who need it. It would be to regularly consume CBD. It wouldn't even be for the THC use of things. There are people who benefit more from the use of THC, people who are looking for appetite stimulation, who deal with nausea, who deal with kind of heavier pains, people that, again, appetite, sleep is one of the biggest ones. So when we're dealing with those certain things, like you almost have to do some THC, but I think I'd rather see a lot more people use CBD, just purely on its benefit for overall system regulation and kind of the responses that we get in there. Generally, both THC and CBD promote apoptosis and autophagy, but we see a little bit more refereeing to that or regulation to that when CBD is used personally, right? It tends to play when y'all might have heard me say a million times, the referee to what's going on. Now, I had a couple back in the past. I was just mentioning them. I just talked to them the other day, and this is why I'm bringing this story up. In the past, they came to the dispensary. When they walked in, they got greeted by me. We went into an in-depth thing. They had been using cannabis without great success, a little bit too much intoxication at times, just general discomforts from that, sort of the more anxious, paranoid response, where I sat down with them. I ended up giving them sweet pea oil. Y'all have probably heard me mention that a million times. Sweet pea is a CBD rich oil extract, a very quality product. great terpene profile. Typically had a little bit more of the anti-tumoral uh, uh, terpenes in it. Typically, a little bit of osamine and terpinolene. So some of those things that tend to directly show some um, anti-tumoral properties just in themselves. But so they started using that. That's kind of the way that I recommended them. I did get them to consider a few other things, and she did take home a vape that, for the breakthrough things, to take one little tiny puff and to not try and do it for effect, where a lot of us measure our consumption based on effect. But effect, I mean intoxication, because the effects of cannabis can be other than intoxication. It can be symptom relief, and when used correctly, again, we're even going to the next step. It might not even just be symptom relief, where it's condition alleviation, right? Where the condition of cancer has been shown to decrease. The condition of epilepsy has been shown to decrease with the interjection of cannabinoids. And we already use both of those exact products for both of those two conditions. Epilepsy and cancer is where we see a lot of the Epidiolex and fucking Marinol go to. Okay. So it's not like some far-fetched ideas that I'm pitching here. Always remember, I'm not a medical professional. I think the few of you who are sitting here are just friends and homies, and people who know what I typically get excited about. So you might just be hearing me say the same things over and over. I think I have to keep saying them over and over, because every time that I turn around and I get in the face of the realities of this thing, the use of this thing, especially in people who have the conditions that I mainly and commonly speak over and over about, they keep bringing the glory stories back. Now, the people that I was talking about came in, they got the sweet pea oil, they had a few other smaller products, and through consistently using the sweet pea oil, I think she was doing it 3 times a day. By doing that, she thought that in conjunction, because she was using Western treatments, chemotherapies to get through, and she was just very flat through the process. It was just all meh, taking the stuff, not getting any better. Same blood works are coming back. Starts to use CBD rich extract for a while. That's sweet pea. And then I think I gave her the topical too for the belly button, for the nausea stuff, because I said that's another great alleviant. But anyway, she starts using that stuff with consistency. A month later, after her next blood work came back, and she was getting blood work every month, whatever. At her next blood work, like all of the markers were just, it was better. It was the first time since they went and started doing the treatments that her markers got better. Okay. As she kept going, things just kept getting like and I did this because the markers were dropping. Some of your cancer markers, or your white blood cell counts, or your fucking everything was kind of shit. So it's getting better. After, I think I want to say 3 months, 6 months, she came back in, and she brought me with her the clear screening, where her markers had dropped substantially, and they were saying that she was fully in remission now. Okay. Unbelievable news. They credited a lot of it to finding cannabis. Now, I preach to them constantly eating better, which they said that they did. They got back to a little bit more wholesome, home-cooked meal, eating, whatever. But they credited a lot of it to cannabis in the past. And now, we had stayed close for the last couple of years. I think probably 2-ish years ago, 3-ish years ago, was the last time that we went out as a group. His birthday is the same as mine, so we're gonna go out soon. Anyway, that's just a glory story. But um, I haven't talked to him in a while. I call him, maybe a couple times a year, once a year, just to check in. And I was driving home the other day, and I went past the restaurant that we shared our time at. I called him, and I said, "Hey, I was just driving past the restaurant that we shared our last experience at, and I wanted to say, hey, I miss you guys. I hope everything's good." And he goes, "Holy cow, you couldn't have. Your timing is impeccable here." I said, "Why is that?" He goes, "We just got one of our best blood scans that we've had since she was diagnosed with cancer in the past." And I was like, "Oh, hell yeah, congratulations. That's the best thing I've heard. Like, congrats. That's so cool." He goes, "But you have no clue what's happened over the last year and change." I said, "Oh, okay, explain." Well, she got COVID in Thanksgiving of last year. And she um she started to kind of decline. Health started to go bad. She went back into the doctor. Doctor says, "Uh-oh, cancer's back." So she goes, "Oh shit." They kind of freak out a little bit. It's been gone. Everything's been in remission. Everything's fine. Now all of a sudden it's back. Okay, well, what do we do? How do we get ahead of this? So they went through some chemo treatments. And it seemed to them that the chemo treatments weren't helping. Not only were they not helping, it seemed to be deteriorating the health a little bit quicker. And she was just getting kind of sick, always nauseous, whatever. Now, they stopped using cannabis prior to them getting COVID. They don't, he said, "I don't want to credit that to it or not the COVID having or the use or not using of cannabis. What had happened there was the Illinois state makes it difficult sometimes to get through the process, but also our doctor, because we were in remission, said that he wanted to cut off the medical card. He didn't want to sign off on it anymore because you didn't have the cancer anymore. So they just let the card lapse. Who cares? What's up, Dudley Dawson? How are you, brother? So let the card lapse. Don't worry about it. You're doing good anyway. You're in remission. So they get through some treatments of chemo, not doing well. Shit's going bad. They take her out. She goes home. A day later, she fucking she's feeling like real shit, real tired, real weak. And her husband said it was just unlike her. He said, I needed to check again. So we got a second opinion. Now they were going to Chicago, okay? One of the prestige fucking the places that you're supposed to go. It's one of the, oh my God, they're one of the best. Anyway, so then they went to this place more locally. They got their second opinion. The doctor says, "You are in congestive heart failure." Sean Whitney, what's up, brother? So, oh shit, okay, what do we do here? They had the doctor there is a specialist and has another doctor friend in Canada that they talk back and forth with. And because of how the condition looked and what was going on in her diagnosis of cancer, the doctor recommended that she take ivermectin. Okay, now everybody might remember the ivermectin, might be a trigger word for some, it might be okay for whatever. Ivermectin was the horse dewormer that supposedly Joe Rogan took for COVID back in the day, and that was the one where what was it, Sanjay Gupta went on there and said, "Oh, that's horse dewormer. Why are you taking that? It's it's not effective." And then Joe brought him on to the podcast, tore him up a new one, and the dude he had to back away from it. Now, long story short, they take the ivermectin, congestive heart failure goes away, heart gets better. The first time since having COVID that she doesn't feel sick anymore. Uh, the cancer screenings are coming back better. She's not using cannabis. Remember this. They just keep going the course, right? Everything is fine. They stop taking the ivermectin. They've been through the whole regiment. They start, they're eating healthy again, and they're just trying to take care of themselves the best that they can. Extra walks and shit when they can. She goes in for her blood screening. Just got the results within the last week or two or whatever. And then I call and we start talking about what's going on. The moral of what I'm telling this whole story for is because no matter what the treatment path is, you have to decide for you. Taking your health into your hands is not some fuck you to the medical society, right? It's not no fuck you to Western or Eastern medicine. I think all medicines are good medicines. It's unbelievable that, polio's at the rate that it is, that smallpox is what it is, right? Medical science has done a lot of really cool things for us to allow us longer lives and to give us the opportunity to experience what physicality and human life is for a prolonged period. I think it's a fucking great thing. I love life. I love interacting with all of you. So to have more of it and to have more of it with less complication, well, let's do that. So whether it's Western medicine or Eastern medicine, whether it's cannabis or food or exercise or meditation or whatever it is that we're using, we have to figure that out. We're the only one responsible for our health. And I only say this often, not against Western doctors or doctors as a whole, but I say it more as a please don't turn yourself over to the medical world. The couple that I was talking to said, had we not gotten the COVID, okay, which took us out of our treatment routine or whatever, and then that heart disease wouldn't have come up, we probably would have stayed the course and just kept doing the chemo treatments and whatever. But things all transpired so quickly and things shifted so fast for the negative that we had to try something new. And against their doctor's recommendations of, you got to do the chemo, you just have to. They didn't, and now they're in a place of remission again. Again, this is no medical fucking advice. I don't really care. I can directly tell you because I have somebody very, very close to me who's going through cancer treatments as we speak. They got told that they would be able to get all the chemo treatments they wanted, all of their time as a patient within the facilities or the rehab centers, all of that was going to be covered by insurance. The one medication that wouldn't be covered by insurance through this treatment process was going to be a nausea medication that they wanted to charge $2,000 a dose for, and she would have to take 5 doses of it a week. For those of you who are quick maths, you heard that was $10,000 a week. There's 52 weeks in a year. That's $520,000. Now, granted, your chemo treatments might be 3 months, 6 months. Who knows? I don't know, right? Depends on your treatments. But we're talking about tens, if not hundreds of thousands of dollars for a nausea medication to reduce the nausea. But they're going to pay for the chemo treatment and in the hospital stays and whatever. Insurances are a big fucking scam. We all know that. I'm not like trying to be some radicalist and fucking tell you not to have insurances. They're very necessary if you want to go through some of these Western treatments. It's just that the way that medication companies are able to inflate the prices of what they're selling, and the insurance companies are able to inflate the numbers of what they're giving back to these people, it's become so grossly distorted that even bigger, maybe, than the wealth gap is what I'm calling the health gap, right? There is a problem that exists currently in our system, in our healthcare system, where we can all blatantly see that they just want to treat you. That by treating you, that is how that doctor's office makes money. Your visits pay them what? And they're only allowed one visit every 10 minutes or something. So, okay, let's say, what is it, $50? So they get $300 an hour. Okay? That needs to pay for all the everything. Or is it by selling one dose of fucking chemotherapy that they're paying maybe hundreds of dollars a bag for, and then charging insurance companies tens of thousands of dollars a bag for? There's a gross separation. And I've watched it real close to me a couple of times, and I've more recently seen it in again, and it's from sector to sector, right? But it seems like, especially in the realm of cancer, just like me and the husband of the couple that I was talking about, were talking about yesterday, they make more money off of you being scared. They do what they do. It's for profit. Right? When a doctor, and think about it, when we were going to school, we wanted to go to school to be a doctor. If you wanted to, well, we just knew, okay, we knew that doctors made a lot of money. We knew that lawyers made a lot of money, but how do they make a lot of money? And the thing is, it's by finding people in a place of desperation who are incapable of navigating through some of the complex words that exist out in the world. What's good, Chi-Town Hi-Fi? Happy Thursday, brother. So, what I think mostly my whole conversation here has been about is to beg you all to consider, no matter what it is that you're doing, I guess in taking your health into your own hands, understand maybe what it means to be healthy. And I think the one place where I am the least healthy is in my eating habits. I think outside of my eating habits, my mental health is at the strongest it might ever have been in my life. I think my mental health has been increasing as time's gone on. My capacity to deal with some of the wild shit, and also try to find resolution in it. My physical health in the sense of me going out and moving. I disc golf still. I try to stay pretty active and on my feet most of the time. You know, that's fine. It's the food. Alyssa and Angelo, happy Thursday, my friends. It's so good to see your name popping in. Thank you again for coming by. Miss you guys. But yeah, I in taking your health into your own hands, I mean, for a lot of you that listen all the time, I think the pretty picture of it is, like, you know, It's what's between here. It's your thinker first. The Fuji. It's the way we exhaust the energy, which is the food that we eat, the fuel that we put in. And then past that, it's anything excess we do to impact any one of those three responses. But what else is it too? It's like happiness, health, love, fulfillment. What do those things kind of play a factor to it? Um, and I think that, I watched a thing today too. It was talking about what kind of cognitive space does being a like fanatic of sports put you into comparatively to the people who don't watch or associate with sports teams. And I think for a lot of you and a lot of us, we cognitively are aware of when somebody says, "Oh, my team won. We made it to the Super Bowl." Okay? Well, we made it to the Super Bowl is taking possession of it. They lost the game. Right? When we use these, even just the basic terminology of it, we won. We include ourselves into the whole lump sum of all the glory and the dopamine hits and the winning and the it's dopamine, really. Well, they lost. The team lost. So we disassociate ourselves when it's for something negative. And I think that we do that subconsciously. I don't think that that's a conscious response. I think that that is something that, and also through just dialect and terminology, it's easier to kind of maybe flow off the tongue that way. But I think it's psychological, right? The, and it's all dopamine hit, right? Watching sports from play to play, every time they score, it's just another little dopamine hit. It's another little dopamine hit. Every time they steal it, dopamine hit. Every time they win the game, dopamine hit. Dopamine high because we did it. We're part of it. We're encumbered in it. This is us winning this thing. We're glory. So that space, and for people who don't do that, it's okay too, because we have the other things that we get excited about also. And I say we as being somebody who has gone away from being a sports fanatic. But I've gone away from giving my mental capacity to any of those things that I just have to go, oh, okay, I'll accept it. It is what it is. That's the best one. I handcuff myself to it. I don't pick favoritisms in that way. And I think that like all of us would benefit from disassociating in some of those ways. Here's the thing. If every Sunday you dedicate 4 hours to your team, the one that you are on, the we team, but then you also, because the dopamine hit is so good, whether you're playing fantasy football or whether you're gambling on it or whatever, those dopamine highs that we're trying to seek out from this event is getting us closer to like breads and circuses. But like the thought process of that too, which is it's slavery. All right. It's a new form of slavery. It's perfected slavery. It gives this illusion of freedom. And I can pick whatever I want whenever I want, which is true. You could theoretically, if you loved one sports team today, your whole life is committed to it. Tomorrow, you could change all those sports teams. It would feel very weird to you. Looking at the colors that you're so used to watching all the time would feel different. Trying to tell all your friends that you hung out with before that you changed your mind and you like this other style of doing things would be tough. People don't accept that. You're either part of my group now and forever or fuck you forever. Like, you know what I mean? There's that weird dynamic that you would have to cross through. But for me, I can tell you that by getting away from being so committed to those things, my dopamine hits come from somewhere else. Now, granted, in the same way, watching a fucking YouTube short or a YouTube video or a fucking television show or whatever, right? Like watching anything is dopamine release. Now, sporting events and, they've figured out a way to monetize you being part of the group in one of the best ways that anybody has. Religion did a really good job of it, and religion still might do a better job of it as far as reach and expanse. And then kind of having, I don't want to call it monopolization because there are smaller groups. I mean, there's thousands of gods out there. There's, I think, hundreds, if not thousands, of different religions or factions of religions. But the way that we've monetized becoming part of these sporting things, and the way that, by monetized, I mean you buy the gear because you got to look like you're part of the team. You're paying for the fantasy football. You're paying for the sports book. You're gambling. You're going to the sporting events. Every Sunday, you're taking away from other levels of production in your life, family time, getting done the chores that we haven't done we've been pushing off for forever. All of those things kind of hit the back burner because we're giving this attention to this other thing. And that other thing, no matter what do you mean it's my team? It's time for me to go do that. I do this all the time. This is what I do. And you almost get grumpy and angry and entitled to these things, which again, you are. If that's what you want to do, go ahead. But if you don't hear the destructiveness, which I'm trying to explain to you, oh, it's my team. You that little yippy fucking, don't challenge me. This is what I like. I like what I want, and I'm going to have it when I want it. Well, that's okay. And you can keep doing this. But you got to admit at some point, and this is taking your health back into your own hands, you've got to admit at some point that you probably could do some things better for yourself during this time, including human interaction, mostly at home, I think it was like Mother Teresa or something, just to quote somebody, who said, if we want to fix the problems of the world, we need to go home and start loving there. There's a lot that's packed into that, I think, and I might have used the words a little bit differently than how she said it, but we got broken homes all over the place, and we're still going to fucking sporting events. We're still cheering for the other person to die because he's on the wrong team. Break his fucking neck. Said, get my dopamine. And I'm with you, brother. Fucking, I like that. And I played Devil's Avocado. Please do. But how is it that different than how some people treat Team Anna? In I think so. I'm not against it, and this is what I keep trying to tell you. But see, Team Canna is different in that it doesn't have an opponent. And if it is an opponent, it's Big Pharma. So there's like two classes that we're like trying to argue against here. Where the difference of the team aspect, Chi-Town, is that like it's regionally locked a lot of times. It benefits the billionaire at the top. Which is why, like, I also advocate for, I guess, Team Canna to a degree, too. Because, or the way that I advocate for Team Canna is to allow the people to do this thing reasonably without persecution or prosecution, and like individually, you take your health in your hands. Okay, I choose that I want to do these things. Team Alcohol says, hold my beer. Yeah, but that's, I think we're talking different. So I guess if we're playing purely in intoxicative aspects of things, like then we start to say, okay, well, team cocaine and team amphetamines and team opiates and team alcohol, like nicotine, right? Like, where do we draw the line then? Because are we talking team sugar? Are we talking team caffeine? Or, you know what I mean? Like, we've got to, but I think really the reason why Team Canna is okay and different is because it's an individual journey, period. I don't know anybody who um let's see how I word this. Said there isn't a can opponent, just saying alcohol and a few others would fall into that OP corner. I don't if that's what if that's what yeah, but it's not, dude, because we're talking levels of intoxication versus levels of culture, I think, right? Because the cannabis culture is rooted in kind of that hippie fucking counterculture where what's alcohol culture? Going to the fucking bar and smashing people through fucking tables and windows and shit. Like, that's not necessarily the culture that people are trying to buy into to be fighting opposing teams to, right? So I think that there's like a distinct difference. And yeah, I think I hear why, and you know, get your dopamine hits, feel good where you feel good. I just want people to feel good for the right reasons too. And I think a healthy response is going home and loving your loved ones, spending time with your children and your wife and or your whatever, your boyfriend or your whatever, right? Well, whoever you are in a relationship with, whoever you've made longer term commitments to, I think it's probably more healthy of a choice to go spend your time there, especially when it's for something positive. Where I think what I'm saying there, as far as opponents go, Team Canna tends to be a positive, interactive space. There aren't really fights and arguments, and though there are people that have oppositions at the times, it tends to be a space where we can pass a joint between us and have a conversation to overcome whatever that opposition is. Where in alcohol, if you both have consumed alcohol, the opposition becomes, well, fuck you, I'm gonna punch you in your mouth, and then that escalates, right? Like, and that we just don't see that same level of opposition from cannabis. And that's really it. Like Alyssa said, like, whoever you find in that cannabis space tends to be some part agreeable to you. And, you know, I was just talking to one of my buddies the other day. He said there's a study that was done, like, why are people the most like at school, they're the fucking what's it called? The most popular people. What do the most popular people in school have in common with one another? Um and it tends to be agreeableness. It's that they're nice. It's that, like, no matter what it is you say, I'll go, okay, that's cool. I don't really mind. And because how cannabis interacts psychologically, there's a better possibility for you to calm and be into a spot where we can accept opposition, where the way that alcohol affects the brains, or you know, things of like a cocaine or something that affects the brain, because of the way that it's intoxicating our brain, we become far more quick and reactive, very short in the fuse, right? And that's literally because of the intoxicant. So, and you know, I mean, I won't even take it to that extreme, Alyssa. And it's not that it's an extreme in a bad way. Alcohol is poison, especially when done in abundance or in excess, right? Excessive cannabis can be dangerous also. right? Like, what are the conditions called that direct overuse of cannabis can cause? Well, everybody says cannabis hyperemesis. That's arguable still, because some people think that it's the pesticides or whatever was put into the plant and not necessarily the plant itself. So, fully gives uh, credence to fucking like Guapo's fucking go organic, be organic. If we can find something that's natural and doesn't have a bunch of chemicals and fake artificial bullshit put into it, the better health potential we have, or the less health risk we have, the less health adverse we would be, right? So, um, and that's literally it. Alyssa, I'm fully for taking even, and this is taking your health even more so into your own hand, right? We've literally now, well, I got it. I don't want a lot for Christmas. Um, you can take your health into your hands in a lot of different, and I think, uh, there's a lot of different health out there. Mental health, physical health. I guess like financial health might be a fucking thing that we, need to consider, you know. Um, make your own salves and tinctures too. I like that. I like that. I I think understanding the Swiss Army knife of cannabis as a symptom alleviant could be massively beneficial for a lot of people who are purely dealing with symptom relief. And like I said, I have somebody very close to me, um, who is going through some stuff that they could benefit from the use of cannabis with. And uh, they reached out to me the other day, and this is what, like I was saying earlier, they said it's going to cost $2,000 a dose, 5 times a week, $10,000 a week. You can buy a fuck ton of some good cannabis with fucking $10,000 a week. You can buy more cannabis than you're going to be able to consume with that amount of money. Like I just wouldn't, I wouldn't go that route. And it's directly for nausea relief. So, yeah, I don't know. Wow. Yeah, congratulations, Alyssa. That's fucking awesome. That's super dope. Yeah, 100 pounds lighter. I like that. That's so cool. Now that's the other thing too. Me and one of my buddies were talking the other day. Once we both started cannabis back, both of us took. I took what, a month and a couple of days off. He took almost 3 months off of cannabis use. Within the next month of us consuming cannabis, we both put on 25, 30 pounds, both of us. So there 100% is something to be said for cannabis being a appetite stimulant, right? Like it 100% makes you get the munchies. And there's, if you do that in excess, it's no good. What's up, Satisfied Mind? How are you, brother? Alyssa, that is the fucking coolest statement right there. I went from being in so much pain to pain free from using cannabis. That is, seeing it's patient testimony like that I wish that I could highlight more. And that's why I told the story of my friends today, because their glory stories it's what needs to be spoken more in this space. It's just the best. Do I think patients will be able to trade genetics soon? A satisfied mind. I'm gonna before I. But here's number one. First thing you have to remember is that, um, let me just say this: do it anyway. How the fuck are they supposed to know? And who's coming for you because of it? As long as you're not transferring things publicly, you go to your house, he goes to your house. They go to, you know what I mean? Like, just do the thing, you know. And I'm for that. Then maybe be able to share our harvest. And again, I think you can do that still. Share the harvest as long as you're within your own places. What are the likelihoods of it legally taking place? It's not illegally taking place if you're not caught, right? Nothing's illegal if you're not caught. But as far as like what you're talking about, you're not doing anything for like profit, right? So even in the court's eyes, if you said, me and my patient friend, he's got a medical card, I got a medical card, how they fucking figured out that you transferred clones or he gave you some of his cannabis, and, you know, granted, remember your carrying limits, because if you get caught transporting from your house to your friend's house in excess of what you're supposed to be transporting, that's when it becomes a very gray area. Could you make an argument good enough that I'm a medical patient, I'm allowed to possess all of my own, I was taking it from the place that I stay at regularly, and I was going to the other place that I stay at and spend most of my time at regularly? It's arguable, right? Is there a chance that you deal with some legal ramifications for going past your limits? Yes. Do I recommend you do it? No. But are there grounds for you to do these levels of exchange without pushing some laws? Yeah, 100%. And I would go about it without whatever. And good evening to you, my brother. And like Guapo said, why do we need the state law telling us we can? You don't. Without it distinctly saying that you can't do this and that they're looking for people who are doing that, it's also not, it's the interpretation then. Isn't THCV supposed to be an appetite suppressant? It is, but also something that's very low in abundance in your average growing capacity. Oh, congratulations, Alyssa. 3 years clean, that's fire. And farmers markets, that's what I want to. That's what I think everybody here would, it would be the coolest, right? And with Guapo, I'm almost with Guapo, 0%. The fear is what stops a lot of people. Well, and that's it. Fear is something typically rooted without when it comes to law, it's without knowing the law well enough where you could interpret it in your benefit and with your favor. The fear tends to be the inability to interpret. So I would say, you know, again, farmers markets, probably not. Well, and satisfied by us for us is an incredible idea, and I would love it. But like Guap and I talk about all the time, they're not going to make they're not going to get tax money from it. Why would it benefit? The state wouldn't want to go through the law changing process to make it so that we could do this thing without them intervening. Because if they don't intervene, they don't make their tax money. So I don't know that through law that's going to be a thing. Again, it's still partially, I don't want to say it's allowable, right? You're a medical patient. The other person that you go to is a medical patient. You're allowed to possess all of the things that you grow within your home. If you happen to have a bag of some other stuff that isn't growing on the plant behind you, well, was that from last harvest, or did your friend bring it, or how did it get here? Granted, the big problem here is that I see is that we need the government's approval to be considered a medical patient. That's fucking phooey too. So like I think we it's cognitive positioning towards what these laws mean and what you're comfortable with doing to push those laws. And I think that like Guap and I talk about it a lot on Two Dope Dudes, and we talked about it for the last couple of years. Like people who were part of the fucking hemp race, the THCA drink space, and all, they dealt with a couple of years of, benefit. They could have made, and you could have made a lot of good money from interpreting the laws. It's the fear of doing too much that prevented whoever those people were from making excessive amounts of money. I know people who weren't afraid and pushed the envelope and made good money for themselves and their families, and they deserve it. They took these excessive risks. They didn't get caught. They weren't breaking the law according to interpretation so long as they stayed under the .03. There's many ways of just doing the thing without overdoing it. So and bingo, Alyssa and John are saying the same things. And Quapolo says he knows he wants the legal ones. And bingo, just not legally. So again, what is legality and how do we push it? Ganja Toker, what's good, brother? Government oppression is the problem, 1,000%. I mean, shit. Yeah, and by us, for us will never be through the state or government. And that's the opposite of it. Like the government is the entity that believes that you're not smart enough to figure it out on your own, that they need to intervene. And it's seatbelt laws, right? I know the ramifications of not putting a seatbelt on, but you get to charge me money, you get to pull me over, inconvenience me, roadside fucking kidnap me, to tell me that my seatbelt wasn't on, to charge me money, to fine me because I was in your jurisdiction that has a fuck you. That is some dumb shit. I know the ramifications. If I put it on or I don't put it on, that's on me. I've seen fucking seatbelts help and hurt people. I mean, literally, yeah, without getting graphic, I've seen both sides. That's it. What's good, Ganja? How you doing, fam? In Satisfied Mind, again, you can. Well, and everybody's saying you can go do that. It's with what level of risk. Granted, you're one part of the risk in a room full of a bunch of risk. And if you said, I didn't know, I was invited to this thing, all of my stuff is hemp, I don't have any, you know what I mean? Like that all boom, 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 right? You can protect yourself still. You still have time to do it. But you can also do that in smaller places and in smaller zones. It would be sweet to just go put a store up or like a lemonade stand on the corner and say, come on by, get your genetics and your flowers and shit. But that's, and you can until somebody comes and tells you can't. And then that might be worse. And that's it. Bob says it. You can still grow hemp and provide COAs. And as long as you have that COA, currently, you're safe. Well, and the other patients in the state, and this is why I think like Wap and I talked about doing some like meetups and shit for patients of the state. Um, we would love to have like a little morning meeting where we can talk cannabis. Maybe, you find somebody who's so like-minded to you, you go, hey, let's hang out outside of this public area and let's exchange our things, because some people may be looking for it. And I think little meetups and stuff like that, brilliant idea. Jeez. I'm just trying to advocate for patients and their ability to avoid the light market. It exists. I'm always happy to point people in some directions if, like, if I know you're not a cop, fuck a cop, you know what I mean? No, I'm just playing. No, because everything that still falls under the hemp laws is something that you can use to your advantage currently. So a lot of people have the potential to still do the hemp thing and get away with some of that patient advocacy, and also representative of one's personal contributions to it. Uh, you know, there are there are grounds maybe in the future for your genetics to be used by growers, right? Now, this is putting it into the hands of the commercial market. So, like, no matter what I think you're saying, Satisfied Mind, is just a smaller meetup market to begin with. I want everybody, and this is why I do what I do on Thursdays, why I sit here and spew this conversation over and over again, is because I genuinely believe the benefit of it. And I want to reach all of the medical patients of the world, right? Like, if you are somebody who needs to use cannabis as medicine, there are ways to do it that are better than, the what you're going to get walking through a dispensary door. Now, access to cannabis altogether is a brilliant thing to me. So when it comes to, I'm for patients taking their own health, and I'm for getting medical cards so that you can grow and do these meetup style things. But I'm also not against bigger corporations making accessible cannabis for the masses, because a lot of people don't want to grow and they want access to it. Do I want the corporations to use better growing practices? Do I hope for less chemical intervention in the production side of things? 1,000%. That seems logical to me. But I also, like, I'm not super against it. Again, with the fear though, risk versus reward is invested by alcohol with just a flashier ID. Yet we have to consider showing a plain off beyond frustrating. Yeah, I hear what you're saying, Satisfied. But you, okay, so let me take this another step then, Satisfied. You can't go to a farmer's market and buy alcohol. Okay? So there are regulations against alcohol that make it a controlled thing by, like, I know some microbrewers who are like friends with each other and they share their beer amongst each other. And I think that that's the same thing that cannabis, I don't see the potential of it getting to the farmers markets to begin with. I don't even when there's frameworks for it out there, and New York has a framework for it, Cali has a framework for it, they don't allow it. That's right, Doc. Brewers aren't growing for any reason other than... Yeah. Yeah. And you can gift it much easier currently. Like I said, I think that there is a fear that you're expressing in the transfer side of things that I understand why, but it's unnecessary, because allowing your possession limits to be your guide in what you transfer to your friends, um, payment and all of that, unless you or they, express somehow or are able to track down, and like, you're not a criminal for that, right? Like, that's interchange between your friends. Are you a criminal according to the law if the law caught you? Yeah, but you're at your friend's house. It's an actual real person that you care about. And like, it's not, you know what I mean? Like, I think that's what I'm saying is, like, if you build the little friend groups, it's a lot easier to exist in the way that you're saying without the fear. Yeah, but you're not allowed to transfer alcohol to your friends either. Like, you can't sell, and gifting, yes, is a little bit easier. Like, you can gift your friend bottles of beer and shit, but and that's it. Well, you wouldn't, but that's it too. Satisfied mind. Depending on what alcohol you're making, you can't let strangers get a hold of it. You couldn't sell it to a stranger, because if that stranger is a cop, then you've illegally made a sale of alcohol. Could you gift it to some strangers? Surely. But you see what I'm saying? Like, there is some, we're trying to draw a correlation where it's maybe not as correlatable. And I'm not saying that that it doesn't obviously hold its crossovers, but I'm trying to help you be less in fear than, be. I think I dig what you're saying too. I would love to be able to grow a crop and then sell it off throughout the year, and supplement my income, right? I think a lot of us would. That'd be cool, especially if we're good at the growing process. It would make sense for all of us to do that if we could do it. But in the same way, you can't make money from alcohol by making alcohol. And the only people that you would make money from alcohol, if you were bottling it and somebody was buying it from you, would be your friends. In the same way with cannabis, I think that line will probably get towed forever, because who the hell is to tell you? No, if the government is inside your house like that, we need to have a far different talk. So again, I'm not like I'm not saying push the limits, but I am saying, like, know what the limitations are and then just abide within them. And all, so that you're aware, all adults over the age of 21 are allowed to possess 30 grams of cannabis in Illinois, with it being a non-offensible possession, unless there are ways that still, even doing that, you could be in trouble. But it's the same way with alcohol. Like, if you're driving with the alcohol open in your fucking car, and the same way with cannabis, right? Like, but oh, Mr. Rourke, what's good, my brother? Yeah, Mr. Rourke, you're 100% right. If they're in the house, we've got other problems to deal with. But yeah, I think that the risk you're willing to take is, um, I think thinking about the fear in it is anxiety based. Fear tends to be anxiety. They're kind of closely related, the two things. It's a racing thought of potential harm. And again, when you read these laws, you understand what your potential harm is. So I guess it's like the difference of like snakes, right? I don't like snakes. You ain't gonna see me handling none of them motherfuckers. But if I was going to handle one, I would want it to be like maybe like a smaller boa or something like that, a little smaller constrictor. I wouldn't want it to be a fucking a king cobra, or a little black mamba. I don't need one of them ones that like one bite of it, you're out, So I think that that's just the whole thing too, is what level of risk do you want to take in handling these things? Because there are some people who jump into pits of fucking king cobras and just smack them on their heads and shit, And then you also got like me. I'm terrified. I don't want to hold your damn smart boa constrictor that just got fed recently that isn't trying to eat me and just wants to stay on me because I'm warm. I don't even know. That's fucked up to me, you know what I mean? So it's your tolerance risk. It's your Oh, and trust me, the back and forth of the text versus just a straight conversation, very hard to discuss back and forth. And we will have this conversation. You know what? One of these days, Satisfied, I know we're going to have you on the Two Dope Dudes. I can get you on here and we can just go back and forth having a conversation about this stuff. I'm always into it. And I'm with Guapo there. We all want what you're saying. We all want what you're saying. But also at the same time, what I'm telling you is some of us have what you're saying and aren't afraid to be part of doing the things that it would take for what you're saying to not be a fear response from you. Well, and so Satisfied through the hemp laws, that has been going on for a while. There's a lot of patients that I know, a lot of people that I know that have gone to the places to find it. And there are societies and groups out there that will allow it. There's growers clubs all over the place, and um, just because you could doesn't mean you should. Touche on that side too. I'm not sacrificing my garden for others quite yet. Well, and that's it. That's what I'm saying. How much risk are we willing to take? And when like I said, that in the growers clubs, in these little growers clubs that I've seen, and I've gone to a couple of their meetings and hung out and talked to people, everybody brings genetics with them or has genetics at home that they're willing to flip-flop and move between. But yeah, it's I think tolerance risk tolerance. That's what I meant. Yeah. uh oh no. Yep, that hop latent virus. um yeah, we're all on the same side. And I'll also mimic what Guapo's saying. The genetics that dispose and cultivation centers currently have aren't that great to begin with. And if we're now that we have a seed to sale fucking traceability system, there might be a progression in that. They've said for 5 years that they should be able to do this, but now that they have, because they haven't had the systems to track it from seed also. But again, I don't think you want that. You know, and if somebody had, let's say a cultivation center was, well, you almost wouldn't want them to be producing seeds because the possibility of pollinating their mass product, the product that they're giving to everybody out there, would be far greater if they were pollinating all the time, right? Or you almost wouldn't want their cuttings of it either, because they almost assuredly wouldn't give you cuttings from their mother, like their number one mother. They'd probably create you another cutting from that, or try to grow a different mother or a few of them that they would allow the clones to come off of. But they sure as shit wouldn't be giving you the one that they, you know what I mean? Like they're one. And a lot of them have a couple of the same strains backed up in case something goes bad anyway, but not no part of most of the genetics. And that's it. There's some of them that are still quality. You're right, Satisfied. And BioTrack could not do that. Metric can. Yeah, Satisfied Mind. There's a few that I would love too, like a little fucking Mandarin Skittles. Oh shit, a little Florida Orange. Oh shit. Aren't dispos supposed to be the only place you're legally able to buy seeds / cuts from? I've never seen one selling any. No, because I think the hemp law allows you to, and even then with the new hemp ban and the interpretation through the state law, like clones might be allowable, right? It's not a flowering plant. It's not, you know, it could be used for science. It's going to be the same way that people can sell like mushroom cultures and shit, right? It's for science. It's for growing purposes. And then what you do with it is on you. So yeah, if you know somebody or you have the money, it's probably a little bit easier too. But I want from the mother plant of Florida Orange that used to come from, or the alien rock candy from back in the day. I want that mother plant. Like I want that one to give me the thing. And they've tried to bring it back multiple times and it just doesn't hit like that, you know? So like there's a lot to be said about like I want directly from that crop of, or that mother of, you know? At least if I was going to be growing something, that's how I would. In Chi-Town, I think that they said that there was a framework in there that was allowable, but I don't think that they said that's the only place. Oh, dude, Gold Leaf sold Mag Landrace, or Mag Landrace was black. The red jar was East Coast Sour Diesel, Ghost Train Haze. Purple was black was Mag Landrace. Purple was G6, and gelato. Uh, GG4 was blue and from Revolution. I don't know that East Coast Sour Diesel because red was their sativa, blue was their indica. That's what SFVOG Kush came in. That's what Super Silver or what was it? Oh, was it Super Silver Haze? No. Oh my god, dude. Let's just say, back in the day, some of these genetics were amazing. Oh, do you guys remember Barry Bubba Kush from GTI? I tend to, that's one company that I don't get super like, let me talk the positives of them. I will never say an unkind word about fucking, whatever. Gare Bear, what's up, big dog? What's up to you, you cool ass peacekeeping my fucking guy? What's good? Hello, Anita and Lucy, I said what's up. Oh, Deputy 97 with the old red hairs. I think mine was like the early 2000s when we started to get, you know, the dro and the... That was when my big phase of good cannabis started to happen. Satisfied Mind. Fucking Guapo had some of the old packaging and sent me a fucking picture of it a while back. It was fucking nostalgic. Oh, Sapphire OG. I used to call that shit SoFire OG. Oh, hell yeah, Guap. Lots of love to you out there, my Kentucky fan. Yeah, there was another company that came out with some flower for a while at the beginning. They had Megatron and a couple other strains. When they first came out, they were banging. I can't remember who that was. Honestly, Cresco had a couple of real fire strains that they brought out. Blueberry Space Cake, it was of that run. Their reserve line, their Joliet Jake, their Green Line OG. Oh my god, dude. You guys are sending me down nostalgia fucking alley right now. Oh, and this is what I used to say in the early cannabis industry, 2015. There's a potential that Illinois had the best cannabis across the board in the world. All right. As an entire industry, we had some bangers. Revolution was doing amazing stuff. GTI was doing some amazing stuff. That Golden Goat was incredible. Again, the Berry Bubba Kush, out of fucking control. Oh, let's see what we got here. Oh, look at this stuff. How do I... Can I get this thing to zoom in any further? Oh, there we go. Now we're cooking, baby. Bear dance is good enough to make a bear dance. Yeah, see, Super Silver Haze, G6, Mimosa. Oh my god, East Coast Sour D. That Green Crack was fucking awesome. That Ghost Train Haze was out of control. Their Jack Herrera was really good. What's this? Purple Urkel right there? East Coast Sour Diesel. Dude. What a cool fucking... Oh my god. What a straight nostalgia trip that is. Ugh. And you almost gotta imagine, and Hold on, let's see. Can I zoom in further? That right there. I just want to know what Rhythm product that is, but I don't think Rhythm used to put it on the front of their um yeah, I got nothing there. But I hope it was Berry Bubba Kush, because that shit was fire. Ooh. Yeah, I don't think they have Bear Dance anymore. I think they kind of killed that one too. Wow. And Bear Dance it's good enough to make a Bear Dance. Oh, Chi-Town, it was so good. Rev had so many good strains back in the day. Again, their Florida Orange, out of control. Their Blueberry Clementine that they still have, amazing. The fruit stand that they have is Blueberry Clem mixed with Florida Orange. Fucking probably one of the best flowers still in the state. Yeah, the Great Illinois Strain Hunt. Exactly, Bob. That's exactly who it is. I wonder if... Oh my god. If that has some of the old... Yeah, it's alright. I got a copy thing. Oh, the spreadsheet. Here we go. Oh, this is all of their thing. Let's see. Is there any? Yeah, this is just their different. Yeah. Let me see if I can find. Where's the strain list at? Purple Punch. Oh my god. No, I know. That's what I'm saying. I know that there is a strain one like this also. Companies list. Top 100 strains. Okay, Bubba. Let me see what we got here. There's a spreadsheet. Oh my god, here we go. Now this is for each cultivator. Let's get down to holy 707 headband. That shit used to be nice, dude. Bio Jesus was always pretty good. Holy shit balls. This is getting me lemon bean. Holy cow. Here you go, Bordello. Oh, brrr. If Drummer's still here, oh, Bubba Diagonal, fucking amazing. That Mac was amazing. Ray Charles, amazing. Oh, fucking Grassroots had some bomb diggity back in the day. That Brownie Scout was pretty good. Their Bubba Fett was okay. I genuinely liked fucking um Retired Strains pre 2020. Oh, I can't wait to see that. Orange Marijuana was good too. That used to be their Kosher Kush was good. Uh oh, Ingrown. There's Grace. No. New Era. Aikman's, Ozone, PTS. PTS used to have 1026. That shit was out of control. Their Champ City Chocolate, their Cronuts, their Bruce Banner was good. The Great Hatu, that was also fucking a good one. But again, Bear Dance, Blueberry Clem, Florida Orange, fucking GG4, Gorilla Cheese, Granddaddy Perps. Dude, these fuckers had some bangers. Mac and Cheese was really good. Redheaded Stranger was really good. G Perp, Mag Landrice, Sunny G, new and popular. Oh my god, fucking Rev's Banana Runts was so fire. Oh, Jesus Louise. All right, hold on. Let me pull up what Guap just put up in here. Retired Strains. I'm gonna go nuts here in a second, I'm sure. Let's see. Okay. A couple of these ones are coming up, alright. I remember some of these stuff. God damn, they're Silver Blue Dream. People used to trip about that stuff. Bedford Grow. What a fucking... They had a couple of bops, too. What was it? Grape sugar cookies, man? Oh! Killing me that that's not on here. Their Silver Lights was good, too. Fresco. Oh, that DJ Shorts Flow was fire, too. It was not an indica, though. It was a sativa. Golden Goat was also not an indica. It was a sativa. And GDP was not an indica. It was sativa. I wonder if this just all got shifted somehow. Fucking Katsu Kush. Oh my god, dude. LA Cheese. Oh my god, dude. Northern Lights 5. I was one of the only companies to ever get any of that. Reserva Privada, dude. Oh my goodness, friends. Sweet Baby Jane. Amazing. Jim Bridge, another really good one. Holy cow. Oh, Lucinda Williams was fire. Oh, what my friend's saying? 9895. I don't know what that is. Oh, I like Northern Lights. That's a good one. Redheaded Stranger was another good one. You're not lying. Yeah, this is sweet. Here, look at that. Look at that. Berry Bubba Kush. Blue Train was also pretty good. Damn, dude, their Durban Poison was good. Their Golden Goat was good. Their Grape Godbud was good. Jesus Christ, dude. Their Headband was good. Their Maui was good. Their Pre-98 was good. Holy shit, dude. Yo. The old Cindy White 99, baby. Ingrown? That who it was? Now I think this was it Justice? The Berry White, the Lavender Kush, the Medi Haze, Snozberry Sour, Tangy Sunset, Sherb. This is it. The wife. This is that Justice Grown, I think, is who had the Megatron that I was talking about. Fuck me. Oh, and then it's crazy as hell that they don't have it on here. Pharmacan destroyed some really good fucking strains. Oh man. I wonder why 1026 isn't on PTS's list. That was one of their absolute best strains. Blue cheese, fucking amazing from Rev. That again, another one that I just went bonkers for. It was crazy that they used to carry a Charlotte's Web. These cherries were good too. Oh, their G13 was good. These were like G13 and blue cheese were two of my favorite strains of back in the day prior to um the cannabis market coming about. Their LSD was really good. Jesus Louises. Their super lemon was really good. That Jesus Thunder cookies was fire. Tranquil Elephantizer. That thing had the coolest name and was also good. Ooh, I love White Widow too. That's classic. Alien Orangeberry was Alien. What the fuck was that shit called? Oh my god, what's it called? I just said it not that long ago. What was the alien fucking one called? Alien Rock Candy. Sorry. Took me. Got me. Got me good. Alien Rock Candy. Thank you, Guapo. Nailed it. Their Alien Rock Candy was fucking amazing. And then this thing here, that Alien, where the fuck did that just go? Alien Orangeberry was Alien Rock Candy, Florida Orange, and fucking Blueberry Clementine mixed together into one. You want to talk about tasty? Oh, look it. And oh, nope, that's Alien Orange Candy. And okay, so the Alien Orange Candy was just Alien Rock Candy and Florida Orange mixed together. And then Alien Orange Berry was when they fucking put Blueberry Clementine in there too. They made some concentrates of this, and I had a friend that was part of it. Man, oh, golly, was that shit delicious. Oh, Mr. Rourke, that's fucking awesome. GMO? GMP? The GMO is fucking fire, too. Oh, my God. I want a little head stash, bruh. Yeah. Right here. Acorn Kush, amazing. It's oh, their Corleone Kush, amazing. Watching your did they bring it up here? Oh, no way. Oh, yeah. SFV? Nope. Nope. They did. They had one of the best SFVOG cushions in the world. Let me just read the rest of this. Great Divide, Green Crack. God damn. The Jaw? Shit. Oh, their Kool-Aid Kush was really good. Lemonhead and fucking SFVOG Kush used to come out about the same time. Phenomenal stuff. Their Power Cheese was good. Their Shark Spread was good. Sunny D was fucking amazing. Wow, 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 wow. But this is one of the... I'm saving all of these. Top 100. Let me... Exhale. Got 99 windows, but a door ain't one. Damn! Lifetime with that shit. Green Mountain Preservations. Oh, okay. I like that. Yeah, goddamn, Gear Bear. Okay, sweet. I like that, Guap. Um, definitely. If you get there, then if you run in and tell them that we all want to be on the same card, I'll shoot him a text tomorrow. Mr. Rourke, is your missus coming? It's from. Oh, yo, can I get a hit? From the ball. Yeah, nice. Could not get a sitter. Well, bring the kids. 7 was the card last week. I'm gonna smoke another one if y'all want to join me in this. I like the idea of it. Possible. Gotta ask him. But he likes to go. He's got some people out there. Ask him, though. I'd be into it. I fucking love GMO. Love y'all. Yeah, GMO is one of my top favorites, I'd say, too. It's in probably... It's gotta be in my top 5 of all time, maybe. It might be expanded into the top 10. It'd be hard for me to pick my top 5. 2 of them would have just been happened. Blue Cheese, G13. These are strains that I had in the past, grown by certain people. The word on the street is, and it's because of, so my buddy's dad in the past was friends with a guy who went to school with or is friends of or something of Arian Roscom. And there's a potential that the stuff that we had in the past was all whether directly Aryan grown or from his lineages of shit. The G13 and the fucking blue cheese that we had in the past, the super silver haze. And it was all coming out of Amsterdam. At least the cuts were. So old school. But I would probably put that Florida Orange or Mandarin Skittles, kind of put a slash in between them and go either one of them. I'm okay with that. Florida Orange is above Mandarin Skittles, so maybe put it on top. And then GMO would be a part of that. I really did. I fucked with gelato pretty hard for a long time too, though. GMO garlic gas. A little bit of maybe some funky armpit shit. I don't know. It's a stinker. Oh my god, raspberry shortcake. Oh, shut the fuck up. Hold on. The Shelby County. No, this is their new shit. I don't care about this. I want old Shelby County fucking. Yeah, Gerber, I think it's gotta be that long since I've smoked this shit too. Well, and we did that, but they didn't have no damn Shelby on here, right? Ah, it's fucked up. Yep. Well. Oh, 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 oh. Oh, good old Grandpa Bub. Ugh. Sorry, I found another strain list of post 2020 things. I'm just enthralled with this Katsu Bubba Kush. It's I really want list of vape information. The fuck? Tier list? Edible? I don't know what a tier list. Down, up, down, down? how this works. Best Flower, Revolution, Cresco, Columbia Care, GTI, Air Eyes, PTS. Where did Verano go? Oh my god, they have tumbled super far down the way. Concentrates, Rev, Nature's Grace. The fuck? I don't know how reputable I can take this anymore. And the vapes? I don't know, dude. The best RSO is Columbia Care, then Air Rise, then Revolution. It's Shelby. First of all, me and this person would have had arguments on this, but... Alright. Thanks for showing me this, Squat. I knew about this person, didn't really fucking pay too much attention to their stuff recently, but... Shelby is not the same it used to be. It's not even in the same ballpark. Talk about different strains. Bedford has a fraction run after the crew that runs through Delwood. Yeah, absolutely. Yep. It is a Mike D thing. Mike D? I like Mike a lot. But yeah. I am it's nostalgic to run through some of that stuff. All right. I gave a lot of my time and effort and energy towards that industry and the and the people that would benefit from the industry. I tried to give all my attention towards the patients and the customers because it makes the most sense. They're the ones who are bringing the money to keep it going. But I enjoyed it, honestly, all of it. Fucking even the other side too. But they should just change it to that anyway. Get a little black box. Like, make it a noticeable difference from the... I mean, I've got dark mode on, so mine's all dark black anyway, but let's make it a discernible difference of black from... Message redacted. Nah. Nah. I ain't in the files, dude. I like turtles. That's what, you know. Sometimes you just gotta... I like the turtles. Yeah, I'm not in the... Sheesh. What a wild time. Yeah. I was about to go off the deep end. Who's that, Guap? That they all are. It is an extensive lit, isn't it though? Yeah, it's getting a little bit longer every day, I feel like. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Dude, you'll send me off a fucking deep end. You're gonna have to go, everybody's gonna have to go find some tinfoil, put a fucking hat on, make a little barrier, pad their rooms up if they want me to fucking start talking about that shit. I'll go deep. Y'all watch CoffeeZilla or Voidzilla? Anybody? Send me down a damn rabbit hole. Oh, no way. Oh, no. But this ain't like... Wow, they really do have all their names, though. Doesn't matter. David tells in the final. Oh, dude. That J.A. Mill fucking... That is wild, John. That shit. Ski. Yeah, I mean, I don't... Like, every comedian that is part of it, or has their name somehow mentioned in it, like... Yeah. Oh. All right, hold on. All right. He said, I'm old. Get off my lawn, kids. I just want to go have my fucking cheap coffee in peace. Yeah. Care Bear, I feel you there. Yeah, dude, we do live in some wild ass times, but this is why I choose to like smoke some tweed, try to find like-minded folks who fucking, you know. Yeah, What's his name? John fucking Stewart's in there. Um, yeah. 35 more days, baby. I like it's a countdown. Yeah, to a degree. I mean, context really can make a big difference. Yeah. Yeah, and I think there, like, if I look at my 10 day, I think there was one or two of them that said 40 degrees on it, even, which starting to make me happy. 49. We're almost close to 50 next week. Psh, we're getting spoiled, dog. The frozen frenzy is going to be a warm frenzy. That's a little disc golf event that we hold locally. We call it the Frozen Frenzy. We used to call it the Ice Bowl because that's a group that does some things out there. But I changed the name to Frozen Frenzy when I stopped wanting to associate myself with the big group. You know. Hey, happy 11/11 Kentucky time, Gare Bear. Oh yeah, this Saturday there's a flex. I won't be around though. I got some. Yeah, definitely. Um, yeah. What were we talking about though? Yeah. It all depends the context, dude. That's where Chi-Town, it would take context to tell the difference. Because not everybody at the party did something bad. Like we just saw, not everybody's name who's in the files is a bad person. And maybe even further, take it to the what Guapo's saying there. Maybe not contextual as much as it is consensual. Uh I just think it's weird how many like creds there are out there. It shit's crazy as fuck, dude. Why aren't there just more dudes punching fucking people in the mouth? That's what the pussification of our fucking day and age. You just need to let fucking like come tell somebody my size that somebody over there is fucking with you, and then let me go punch that somebody. I got you. If you can't punch somebody on your own behalf, if you can't get away from it on your own behalf, let me get you away from it. It'll make things a lot fucking easier. Yeah, that's it too. Order up some hot sauce are free. None of these close at all. Listen, um, at some point the money thing's gotta. If you want the truth, there's a part of me that roots for AI because of this, right? Jesus H. Yeah, the inequality's we gotta figure that out somehow. Can't you see the lead? No, other people are run by horrible humans. You're only run by who you allow to run you. And if you take full control of your life, then you're okay, dude. The thing is, we subject ourselves and allow ourselves to be ran to certain degrees. And this is where, like, let me loop back every word that I've talked about today. The country, it's past borders, dude. And trust me, I hear you. But the people with the most power currently are it's with wealth. Their titles give them some degree of power, but like it's all wealth based. Dude, it's like that movie They Live. You know, you put the fucking glasses on. That's why I wear the glasses during stream time, so that I can make sure that fucking none of y'all come in here are them alien face folks. You know what I mean? That keep the glasses on. Go. If y'all haven't watched They Live in a while, go back and take a watch. Chrome fucking reptiles or whatever. Yeah. Yeah. See, but that's what I'm saying. Like, this shit is all just taking power away from all of us and each of the people, like, being able to go handle a problem. And I think the fear of handling problems has made it so that people don't handle problems anymore. And we've allowed that fear to get to the point where we have belted brothers that go out there and kidnap people from the streets and put them into cages because they do something opposing to the rules or something, right? Which is the craziest shit to me. Should there be some level of rules or regulations? Yeah, but I think, like, and everybody, okay, you're talking crazy. No, I think that, like, we should have the ability to govern ourselves a little bit more directly, you know? Like, yeah. And I don't know any of you as men that are in this stream, or if you're a female in this stream, who, if you had a friend come to you and say somebody has taken advantage of me, that you wouldn't go help them. Right? And if you wouldn't, if you would go, oh, it's on you, go fuck yourself. I don't know. I don't even know how you get to that, but, like, I beg you to at least tell me, right? Like, and it's amongst all of us as friends. If you know somebody that's getting taken advantage of in massive ways, right? Now, if it turns into like a government taking advantage of you thing, maybe I'm not the one, because I can't go punch a government. That's just beyond my pay grade. But that's a separation of Yeah, that's a magnitude of separation away that I don't care about. It's so it I need to be able to handle and take care of the shit immediately around me. I understand how someone not defend. When drum, that's it too. Is I think the some people are very non-confrontational to begin, and that's okay. I don't need you to be of confrontation. I don't need you to, especially if the person taking advantage of the other person is big and strong and scary. Like in all rights, there are some humans that are no fucking joke. If they're that, right, like maybe you don't go fight that fight because you just wind up in the same fucking space. But there are there's always somebody bigger, no matter what. Um, Granted, I don't know if there's anybody bigger than like that dude that played fucking the mountain in Game of Thrones. What's his name? But anyway, Bjorg or some shit. I don't fucking know. Um, or Eddie Hall, right? Like those dudes are fucking. They're just massive. But I don't know. Hopefully they're not on the lists or going to the parties. You know what I mean? No, well, and that's it. Is it's not to justify anything, or it's not to like that. I just have a zero tolerance thing, right? Like what's the difference? If somebody took advantage of somebody that I cared about at that level of the capacity where I felt like I needed to fight somebody, oh, I'm fighting some. And I think that fuse is a little bit shorter in me than it is in other people too, and it's okay. Um, Granted, and this is it, is I could spend a life behind bars, but I don't know that I would have to, because I would get the representation and I would, it's not like premeditated fucking rage, whatever. It's fucking flip the light switch. Somebody told me the craziest shit in the world, and then I reacted. Yeah, but being nice to keep the peace is a little bit. Yeah, but we have to draw a line in there somewhere where, like, especially if what we're trying to argue against is feelings or emotion based, if it's based in beliefs and it's not based or rooted in science, right, or mathematics, which the difference between that is large man punches large girl, and okay, that's physical, that's mathematical and scientific. The belief side of it is, I believe that that guy is very mean to that girl, therefore taking advantage of and whatever. But we can't substantiate any. He didn't punch her. He didn't. He says rude words and shit. But like, you know what I mean? Like, there's a belief place and there's a math place. And when the maths, it's hard to just deny. But I dig what you're saying. And yeah, you don't need to fight nobody. I got your back. Yeah, well, and you're right. I'm the other fun size. But I you know, I don't know that, like, and that's it too, like, what is the advantage of me? Because I could try and handle some of these physical interactions one on one a little bit easier, but I'm gonna bring 7, 8, 9, 10 people. You better have your crew too. We're gonna get this done. But no, and but that's why I think too. Like, I think there's really bad people out there. There are. There's no doubt about it. People willing to traffic other humans. People willing to treat other humans as property, and to take physical advantage of, mental advantage of, financial advantage of. It's all taking advantage of, and to do it um, maliciously for individual purpose and gain. Like, that sucks. which one is punishable by going into the cage, right? Or execution, or that now that's just taken to a whole nother fucking level of whatever. But um I think a lot of that could all be prevented through education. I think a lot of that could be mitigated by putting some proper social I don't want to say guidelines, but guardrails maybe. Well, like in one prime one that we can talk about here is like if every bar that served alcohol immediately changed from having alcohol to having THC, I think that that would be drastically better for social interaction, right? And people use alcohol as a social lubricant. um, I just say, like Chi-Town Hi-Fi says, use this as a social kindling. Get the fire started. Get the conversation going with a little cannabis. And I think that, you know, somewhere in between, I don't know. This is a hilarious fucking song right there. This is an even funnier. Social guardrails are gone slash going away. But that's why I think implementing the right things and giving people the space to do the things that are more gluing for it's like just fucking bringing everything together instead of separating everything, you know. Satisfied mind, yeah. I mean, they're already happening. It's already in the bars. I was just I went to a restaurant tonight, and they were serving THC drinks. So, you know, the drink thing is here to stay. It's not going away. Especially like in Illinois, right? At the federal level, again, they're going to put some guidelines out there that they believe, you know, whatever. But again, it'll be state driven. But yeah, and that's it. It's happening. It's a real thing. And I think, you know, if we could do some reform things even too, like, you know, if there's some people that might need to, and I hate it. I think just caging somebody doesn't make any sense. If you've severely taken advantage of somebody in the way of like what's going on in the Epstein fucking files, dude, I've got some extreme views towards like just let's get rid of this shit, dude. Let's make sure it don't fucking happen anymore. Eradicate that shit. What are we talking about? And I think that that's how, like, let good outweigh the evil, you know? But do we get to that within our conscious life? we won't find. I don't think we'll find the space. I don't think that it happens without some type of external intervention. I think there needs to be a unifying event, and that brings all humans together as a collective working on this rock for a common purpose. And I think that to make that happen, like it's way beyond the capacity of general thought. Like, so is there an oversight group that fucking figures this out? Do we all oversee it amongst ourselves? Like, how does that all work out and play? and I don't know. I think a pole shift would do it. I think ET would do it. I think another massive outbreak of a disease where, again, diseases typically make us go further away from one another. Um, if disease, or like, it'd be like zombies, right? Like the zombie apocalypse and shit. But we even see, like, if you watch like The Walking Dead at all, the general idea, if we went into a place where like the mass populace turned into some zombie creature, there would be little groups of people who would like have some stuff and other people that wouldn't, and the people who wouldn't would have to go get the stuff from the people, and like the people who have the stuff have enough for the people that they have there and don't have enough for more people to just constantly be flooding in. So eventually you got to put up a border or a wall. And I think that that's what like the spiral effect is, no matter what. Life just um yeah, I mean, the alien attack makes sense, right? As far as like the unifying event. I hope that we're able to preserve consciousness and what we consider like our lives, because I think human life, our conscious thought is like the beautiful part of what human life is. Our ability to conversate and sense all the things that we're able to sense and experience, our ability to manipulate time and space and interact, like it's all, and the interactions, like it's so, I mean, it's the coolest shit in the world. Like, how do you explain what the fuck we're all doing here, the life thing? And the way that I explain it is like, it's kind of fucking dope. Comprehend thoughts and explain them. And that's what I think. You mean another government-induced shutdown that allows for them to operate open? No, I mean like an all-knowing system, the singularity, right? Like as far as what, like in AI, the robots and shit, I think that they have a better reasoning system than we do. I think they also can take far more data points, right? And I think that if you fed all information to these calculators, it would probably outweigh the bad with good. That's my guesstimation. I think that generally there is more good than bad in the pursuit of life, which eternal life, or fuck, you know what I mean, right? Like, and if you have eternal life, okay, there's a little, I don't know. Anyway, I'm jumping off the deep end. I don't want to go too deep in this, but I do believe that there's a possibility that AI could be the mediator to the human being without having to have an overseeing body like a government. The communication and transfer of information, where I'm always like, what the fuck is wrong with us as humans? We can't communicate better, we can't transfer our information better. The computers will be able to. So if that's the facts, then like, yeah, I don't know. I can only see a future where if there's non-biological assistance to biology, especially one in the space of like cognitive positioning, there's potential for the future where there's more understanding, acceptance, agreeance, and you know. Yeah, living's my favorite too. I'm kind of a fucking fan of that. Experiencing life, real nice. The Y files, who will control the computer? The computers will. Yeah, but that's what I think. We only know in the essence of what we speak on. A computer or a singularity would surpass the intelligence of the human and then also be able to manipulate that possibility, right? And like, so theoretically, wealth inequality, like if a computer, and it is a theory of hope, right? um if the computers notice massive wealth inequalities and they're able to aggregate that data against the level of crime committed or the level of manipulation done, um or you know, all of these things, where if they were like, I think it would just measure equally and say, okay, you'd maybe do a little bit more, so you gain a little bit more, but I can't leave the lowest hanging fruit to die. Like, it doesn't make sense. And I think as a mediating body, because it will be also physically embodied, but like, I think as far as like thought process goes, it makes far more sense to run your fucking possibilities through the computer that can calculate like game theory thousands or millions of times over before you can run through one scenario with a group of people, right? Like, it just, we're not even competing anymore. We're it's different. Yeah, but what I'm telling you is that the hope is that through artificial intelligence intervention, we're able to, we wouldn't need a fucking government, right? And we wouldn't need robots that are programmed purely to be police robots and shit. Like, and I don't see that ever. The way that that pans out, I guess it makes sense, is if the governments or the fucking people who are making these intelligences manipulate the intelligences to do that set of program stuff. But I would imagine that most artificial intelligence, including humanoid robot artificial intelligence, would be able to access the internet, transfer data, and be able to calculate between these ideas. And it wouldn't be like a pre-programmed murder kill fucking machine, right? Like, it would have to be calculated against itself. And I think that that's the difference between what we're talking about now, which is, it's not even really artificial intelligence as much as like large language models, but also like specific intelligence. It's very specified actions, where like, when we're talking artificial intelligence or artificial generative intelligence or the singularity, going up the scale of things to the point where the computer takes its own thoughts, it doesn't fucking need human input, because human input would be swaying. It would be something that I think it would consider against the rest of the data points that it's been trained on. But when I say data points it's been trained on all of the data point. It's not just trained on murder and kill. A definite. Less people believe it every day, Chi-Town. Less people believe in this shit than you'd imagine. I just think it's the fear of what the fuck do you do? How do you take a fucking, what are we taking? And fine, all of us can buy guns and fuck, we can buy drones, but we're taking fucking weapons into fucking LRAD fucking fights, right? They can cripple us from miles away with a machine that fucking, you know what I mean? That could be harmful. Yeah, there's just so many ways of control that are out there that for all of us to think of a way to make sure we're not controlled at that scale, it's kind of tough to do. So maybe it's complacency in because we, yeah, I mean, I don't know. Because we like life, because it's kind of neat, dude. I like Starbucks, bro. And as long as Starbucks is there, I guess you go, what the fuck, it doesn't really matter. AI cannot currently interpret the data. AI is getting better at. So what we're doing now is we're making agents which cross-check, okay, other agents. So in a swarm of agents that are just a bunch of different AIs keeping each other in check, what I've heard that they're doing is that, so a good way to practice this too in AI agents is to let your AI agent pick right or wrong or whatever the fuck it is, but to like purposefully mislead it with a couple of the fucking AIs and then like, or your other agents, and then with your other agents, the majority of them, give it the true information. And then like as time goes on, these agents are going to get better at cross-referencing and checking themselves, right? And going, okay, well, clearly these agents lied to me. And we can save face as agents, I think, down the road by reintroducing proper information again, right? So like I think it's a collective thought process against I think it's using all of the large language models with an with a memory pretty much. And once you have the memory input, you have the ability of kind of going back and forth until there is a according to what we know to be good or safe, or the programming knows to be good or safe, something good or safe as an output. Dude, it's all fun and games until the machine kicks you in the nuts. That is a fucking truth. It is a great assistant. Currently, it's becoming a very good assistant. Even past what some people might believe. The use of agents in AI currently, wild. Yeah. I mean, AI is a tool to process the data that should ultimately be reasoned by a person. I think that continuing to have human interjection into it is massively important. I think especially trying to give these things guide rails and guardrails to make sure that it doesn't get outside of its realms, and make sure that it's not programmed to take advantage of, like I talked about it one time. If a it's still an if then statement no matter how many data points you train it on. Yeah. But so is our consciousness at a certain point. Good or bad. Odd or not. Right? Like that's an if else statement. It's, you know what I mean? Like it's the same way of reasoning that we use. I mean, there is greater complexity to maybe the human ability to perceive in multiple space and times, right? I like to, but that's the thing, is we can't have as many iterations going on as they can. I don't want it to replace the person. And I don't think anybody in the world wants AI to replace the person as much as it could increase the capabilities of the human. Um, yeah. Or they already have their own social media. Oh, Moltbook is awesome. Big fan of that. If you want the truth, Chi-Town, super wild. What is good genetic memory farms? I hope you're safe and sound too. That's fucking. Oh, Guapo, stop. You know you. Oh man. And now Guapo, that's literally, you know, I don't even know anything about it still. I know minimal more, but I love what, I love it. I think computers are great. I think, you know, I've listened a lot about like nanorobotics recently, like them putting robots through your bloodstream to help promoting apoptosis or cleaning blood cells out, or you know what I mean, generalizing. And you know, I don't want to be the first one shot up with the stuff. I want, you know, whoever made the stuff to do it on themselves and their families first, and then okay, I'll take it after them, right? But I think some of these computer driven potential benefits for us as humans is, it's unbelievable. See, now I'm gonna go back to this for a second, because I don't want AI, because me and my buddy were talking about it. It'd be a fucking hilarious skit. Watch, it'll be on SNL now that I'm saying it into the ether. But it'd be a fucking hilarious skit, right? We all get to the point where like we have our own personal AI robots, or we got our own, you know, our robot at home. And the thing can do most of the stuff for us. It does the dishes and it cleans up and fucking, you know, hell, you could teach the thing, you could put the surgeon programming into it, and that thing would be far more surgically precise than the doctors would. I mean, it's a machine. It could absolutely do it to the 0.00001, you know, and even more precise to the measurements of cuts and depths and whatever. So it would be great to have all of these breakthroughs come about. But what about the day that your fucking robot comes in and it's like, oh, look at you, my friend. You have a bad, you know, fucking, you got a bad kidney or something. And it's like, I will fix that. And then it leaves out the front door, and then it comes back in. It's got like a cooler, and it's like, lay down, time for your new kidney. And then it just fucking, and you're like, wait, where did you get the kidney from? You know? And it's like, don't worry about that. I need to take care of my human. Like, I don't think that level of fucking robotics is necessary either. You know, I think that's a little bit crazy. Amazon wants to replace people. Walmart wants to replace people. And for a lot of us, that's arguably okay, dude, right? Like, I'm not mad that we want to robot up some of the production and whatever, but like, as humans with purpose and meaning, how do we stay purposeful and have the meaning to do things? You know, and I think that like, if we always just allow, you know, the robots to go do what the robots are going to do, and we reap the benefits of it, well then in that case there will be a region set aside for everybody who's not going to contribute excess to it, and let them robots do what they do. And then there'll be another region where people are contributing alongside the robots, trying to make advancements or whatever. And then there may be an elite spot with the robots. You know, I think it would still probably end up being sectioned off and regioned off or something of that nature. But I'm for this idea of, it's not about universal basic income as much as it is like a right to life. Like, I'm super into, if we could have robots make and produce enough so that humans could live, and we could do it cleaner, right? Like, if we stopped having to, mass populate fucking cows inside barns that, they're crapping on themselves and fucking eating each other's craps and stuff like that. You know what I mean? Like that's a lot of fucked up, and through robot intervention, we could arguably make this more sustainable. They could seed more land, or they could fucking, tend to the fucking cows that we can't be out in the field. There's just so many possibilities, but I do love AI, and I think that there's more potential for good than bad. Oh, got a little clean beaker. I'd be into that. Little beaker rip. Marvel Comics call it extremists, rogue AI, nanobots. Oh, that would be wild. Less or us for that matter. um, Not necessarily, Town. I'm okay with like nanobots being okay. So again, a nanobot would have a very specific training to it. It would only do certain things. It wouldn't be all knowing and all seeing and like wouldn't have a consciousness. It wouldn't anything. It would simply interact with its environment. And if we taught the nanobots to go in, to touch the cells that are around it, find the ones that are irregular, and help get rid of them, and we taught them on a program how to do so, or we were able to send them to different affected areas, and there's so many possible benefits from this shit that would be wild. Be vegan. AI data centers are destroying our water and driving up electricity costs. Capitalism die. Yeah, yeah. I mean, to a degree. The thing is, like, there is enough water and there is enough energy to um handle and manage the compute power that we're trying to and that we are sustaining. Granted, we put these places closer to human populations that may be affected by the draw to the electricity grid and the fucking water supply, which sucks. But we're, I mean, everybody says only so much of the water is drinkable, which isn't true. I mean, we've been desalinating water for a very long time. So all the water is drinkable if it's treated, right? If it goes through a desalination process, if it goes through a cleaning process, a purification process, whatever, it is very drinkable. Um, I'm fully a proponent of, uh, like uh, what do you call it? Like spring water, like water that still contains the natural parts of the earth, because those things are beneficial to our systems as well. But water uh is just good altogether, no matter what. You should have some water all the time. Everybody should. And like I said, if the robots can make it so that there is more water, and the robots make it so that there could be more energy, you know, I'm for it. The tech advances, but at the cost of the environment. Um, the tech doesn't necessarily affect. Okay, so this is a double-edged sword. If we use the cleanest methods of energizing and water purification and use, like we could get it to a point where like there's far more things that we do that aren't beneficial to the environment, um, like flying in planes, right? But everybody says, I'm not driving to fucking California. That's 30 hours of a drive. But driving to California, um, you could probably do it hundreds of times uh, to calculate, and the entire fucking plane full of people could do it hundreds of times in automobiles comparatively to one trip in an airplane. So effects on environment, there's a lot of more factors that go into that. Let's just say carbon emission. Um, yeah, yes. Satisfied mind, I appreciate you, brother. I hope you have a lovely rest of the night and a wonderful weekend. We will catch you soon. Thank you so much for always sticking around and conversating, adding to the talks. You're the man. Peace out, Satisfied. Evan Lithic Institute. Godlike technology. Okay. Yeah, I can fuck with that. I mean, yeah, guess wow. I like the statement kind of it. Yeah, well, but Chi-Town, if we were to talk about the energy that exists in the universe, we're not even scraping the surface. You know what I mean? We're not even a drop of water in a fucking monstrous ocean compared to what energy exists out there. And though, granted, our ways of harnessing said energies and things are not at the peak. Um, yeah, you know what I mean? Cars are fossil, and that's I think what I'm saying is that the fueling system, where I wish again nuclear power seems pretty good to me. Um, taking care of nuclear reactors and harnessing nuclear power is great. The moment that we stabilize nuclear fusion, this conversation stops immediately overnight. We go, okay, well, you don't even need fossil fuels anymore. If we had nuclear fusion, um, like engines in our car, you could put like trash into your fucking car and it would be an energy source for it. As long as it had the ability to rip the fucking the molecules apart and do its thing, right? Like fusion binds the things together actually. It compresses it. And it would do it cleanly. It would just eat the shit. So I don't know. It's on the current yeah. Happy birthday, Lucy. You're a fucking awesome dog. I love that. Yeah, and well, and that's why like I'm down to mine the fucking cosmos. We should get to the point where we mine the cosmos knowing that we have, only our what you call it? Resources that we got. Well, and that's you know, again, it's left to interpretation by us. We could do the math for it. Um, oh, Guapo, I love you too, bro. Fucking, I'll see you tomorrow. I think I got just a few more minutes in me too. I'm gonna smoke some stuff and see some of you tomorrow. That's right. This is one of the sums. Mr. Rourke, another one of the sums. They were no longer dependent on the fossils, literally and figurative. That is fucking hilarious. Oh, the old fossils. Oof, that sucks. Yeah, genetic. Yeah. Again, when it's done properly and it's not done ignorantly. Yeah. I I still am hopeful. I really have I mean, like I said earlier today, I genuinely mean it. Like, my cognitive positioning is probably the best it's ever been. The aliens could attack tomorrow. I'd be like, okay, let's all sit down and have a conversation about this. What are we doing next? You know, yeah, you know what I mean. There's just so many like things that we could let really fucking work up our thoughts. Where I think a lot of us would benefit from taking one more little chooch of this thing here. Cheers to y'all. America and capitalism is our religion. It poisons every good thing we need to do. Genetic, I'm right there with you. Like I said, and you probably heard me say it before too. They, it's perfected slavery. They literally are raping all of the resources we need for sustainable life, and they're doing it for the profit, for the benefits, for the personal benefits, and not for the mass benefits. Consumerism is perfected slavery, 110%. Oh, I like another. I'll take another chooch because that thing tastes real good. Cheers, y'all. Oh, no shit. Or Braidwood's. Yeah, and I think like the thing about that is too, Jeanette or Shy Town. You're absolutely right. Like, fine, let's we just give up to the aliens, right? Because at least they're a superpower and a no, but like that's my whole argument to it too. Is like we are smart as fuck. We've done some really cool things and we've made these great advancements. You know, I think for a lot of us, we're in this frustration space, and rightfully so a lot of times, but um, there are really cool breakthroughs happening, and I almost, to a certain degree, I have to look at it from like this lens to make it make sense, but like, you know, I almost wouldn't want anything different. I don't know, like, where everybody says eternal life, would be great. There's scientists out there, and you know people who are biologists who are saying that the person who's going to live infinitely, barring you know accidents or something of that nature that would do it, like the disease death may go away someday, right? Where we could live hundreds of years if we had the ability to make the cells work more regularly. There's just so many like um possibilities, but for me, even to think about that is neat as fuck. The fact that we have the ability to sit here and speculate some level of eternal physical life, but then also to understand that whatever the greater power is in this universe, whether it's a deity or a fucking a molecule or a wave or a fucking a simulation, a simulator, whatever the fuck it is that we're doing, um the fact that we get to be conscious enough to think about it, to feel, to have experience, to know what love is, to have food, to I think in knowing the finiteness of what our lives are, it gives a greater respect for certain things. Like if we lived forever, what would be the purpose of having a significant other, a wife, a husband, a boyfriend, a girlfriend? What would be the significance of it? What would be the significance of having children? Well, the significance would be a population that would overrun the world. And if we did that, it would almost freeze in time. There would be no more life needed. The life that's here would be the only thing needed because we would just sustain all of our lives until we ran out of resources for energizing life. And then to make it to the end point, whatever that is, the fizzling out of the last star or the fucking the eating of the last fucking black hole or the fucking collapse of the whatever the fuck it is. I think just having this current way of life where there's some expiration date, we all know it, it's an inevitability. I think it leans towards making you, in a certain way, appreciate things a little bit more. And I think that because of that, our experience and our time in experience right now, like if there was a singularity, let's say, or there was a God, let's say, and they came and you faced this God at the end of life, right? At the end of our last breath, physical, conscious, whatever, we face this the creator, whether it's simulation or not, or whatever. That creator hasn't experienced what we've experienced, doesn't know what flavor is, doesn't know what fucking love is, doesn't have the pleasures of uh life at all. Fucking the pleasures, the pains, the anything, all of it is an experience that is currently, I think, maybe respected at an all-time high, but also looked at in one of the grimmest ways at an all-time peak also, because the existentialness of it can be both terrifying and gratifying. I think it's perspective, and no matter what ends up happening, because none of us know what the truth of it is, I'd rather take the mid ground stance of I have no. It's not my opinion. What my opinion doesn't fucking matter. Is it going to benefit you, or is it going to benefit me? And like, I hope it benefits everybody. Is really it. So So how do we defeat the real enemy, capitalism? um, there's a lot of. I mean, I don't know that you do. How do you defeat the real enemy, capitalism? I think you de-evolve in that instant. Um, I think there still needs to be like a transfer of goods and services, right? Like I think that that's what the societal um like name of it is, right? And I don't want to be breads and circuses. I'm down to be fucking like you know, industrial fucking right at the beginning of the industrial, everybody's fucking producing things through machines, right? Machines finally get about, and I'm down to be fucking even just hunter gatherers, like that's fine too, I guess, if that's what the fuck we need to do. But why de-evolve ourselves that far when the modern, and it's not because of consumerism as much as it is, you know, goods and services, it's been manipulated in a bunch of ways, but um I mean again, it's done things like stave off hunger, right? Like we're at a point now where more people die because they eat too much than people who die from not eating enough. We have more people dying from natural causes, than we do from infectious disease. We have more people dying from, again, the food source than we do from infectious disease, like smallpox or polio, or right, like even then influenza and fucking COVID and all of these things. We have medicines good enough to somewhat harbor any of that harm to us as individuals, and like just so I don't know. Greed sucks. I mean, there's only healthcare for the wealthy's not true. There's only like exclusive doctor rights for the wealthy, right? But like I promise you there's a doctor out there who's doing things for way less money than the guy who's doing it for a lot of money treating the fucking wealthy, who's way better than that dude. So there's some of that that's like, I don't know. I'm for, but that, and I think that this also plays into the what you just said too. I think you take your health into your own hands. When we say health care, we can make decisions for ourselves, but we want somebody else to make the decision for us. We want a doctor, these all fucking deistic fucking creatures who have all the education and all the smarts and all the tools to come and fix us when there's a problem, which is a healthcare system that isn't true. It isn't real. It's not something that even exists currently. There's medical practice and stuff, but yeah. Persevere. Oh, yeah, I'm in genetic memory. I'm with you there. There's things that we can all do to stop the perpetuation of it, but when we do it ourselves, that's us taking our health into our own hands. And if you have a friend close to you who's doing something that seems to be hurting them that you know how to fucking make a solution for, then offer the solution. But again, you can lead a horse to water, but um is our own negativity by others divided than united. There's some of that died down. You know what? Genetic need to be better people first. Go home and love, man. That's what I've been saying the whole time, all night. Go home and love. Yeah, but Chi-Town, and this is the other thing that, like, when I think about it to scale, I don't really care about governments. But, like, to feed 8.5 billion people or whatever the fuck it is, think about that, dude. Like, does everybody need to know how to farm? Does everybody need to know how to butcher? Does everybody need to know healthcare? Because at a certain point, like, um, some of these corporations that make money, right? And it's not money that's the root of the problem. It's the greed that's the root of the problem, and it's the power hunger and the, you know what I mean? It literally is, what do they call them? The seven deadly sins. You know what I mean? Like, I think that's the whole thing. The more people are selfish, the more the people take more than they contribute, the worse off things are. Corporations are more powerful than government. Well, and that's what I'm saying. Like, let's just think about this for a minute, and we can put it into a context that's really um that makes sense. The government has had cannabis as a Schedule 1 drug, which means that it's illegal to use. There's no medical benefit to it, has a high propensity for abuse and harm, uh, and it's illegal. You can't have it. It's just, you're not supposed to have it. Possession is not okay. Consumption is not okay at the federal level. 40 states went, fuck you. Tons of corporations said, fuck you. Now, here, check this out. Through the interpretation of what this plant is, other people said, oh, I'm going to call it fucking hemp now. And they threw another fuck you to the state, to the corporation, to the fuck. You see what I'm saying? Like, we can push this down into certain places where, like, there's really cool shit going on. And in the places where really cool shit is going on, like, I'm hopeful and grateful for the possibility that someday those are the governing energies and entities, right? Like, if it wasn't for personal gain, you know, I want to contribute more than I take away, which isn't really that's not a thing that a capitalistic thing, like, entity says. Because the second that they have to sell it to gain a profit to buy other things, okay? So it costs them 5 cents to make it. They're selling it for 10 cents wholesale. Somebody out there is taking it for selling it for 20 cents. And then on the resale market, it's a dollar. What, you know what I mean? Like, there's all the way through that whole process. Um I just don't know that how do you sustain, really? And I'm with Mr. Roar too. They're probably the same fucking entity. You know, they all sleeping together. They're all on the same fucking lists and invited to the same parties. Let's be honest. It's not about what you know, it's about who you know. Because all of us know a bunch of stuff. It's what we know. But we don't know these fucking people. So, like, I always think about it, like, what if any of us knew some of the scumbags that are fucking on the list or in the fucking thing, and we knew that they did scumbaggery shits? What would we do about it? That's, I think, more, you know what I mean? Not what you know, who you know. People don't have basic life skills anymore. True. Let alone the ability to communicate face to face. We no longer know our neighbors and are being told to fear them because they're unknown. Yeah, to a degree. Chi-Town, I think that a lot more came out very fast. I think in the past, all you had to do was to do simple stuff and stay within a certain border. Um, up until the internet, really, you stayed in your communities. Don't get me wrong, people traveled and went places, but let's even go take it a step further back than that. If we go, like, some people never leave their communities, dude. They go to the same grocery store forever. They don't know what's going on in fucking Mumbai, let alone what's going on from fucking Chicago to Rockford. It's two epic differences, and they go, okay, I know the name of the thing, but what's the difference? So, government is just a tool of capitalism. Government is a tool of greed and yeah, yeah, self empowerment. Um, yeah, and getting back to a simpler life is a good path. I think the big thing is the basic skills anymore are so much greater than what all of us might imagine, right? Um, basic skills almost aren't even beneficial at certain times because basic skills give you the ability to make the phone call to order the pizza or to get on the app and pre-order from fucking Uber Eats, right? But like, take it a whole nother step. Does every single person in the world need to know how to butcher something? And does every single person need to know how to grow stuff? And I think that they're not bad skills to teach people, but what is the basic life skill anymore? Because with all of the equipment and the tools around us, basic skills is you got to know how to run the computer, the cell phone, the microwave, the fucking lawn mower, the chainsaw, and granted those are like easier concepts. How many people in here don't know how to use a chainsaw? Have never touched one. I just don't need to. Why would I do that? So like there's certain, yeah, I don't know. You got to cut the fucking wood somehow. Ironically, the larger access we have to the world, the smaller it makes us. Well, it's the less reliant on your neighbor you are. And you just said it. We have neighbors that have all of this stuff. But do you buy, if your neighbor's the butcher, do you buy your meat from him? No, well, he works at a fucking place that is where he's the butcher at. Do you buy eggs from the people who have the chickens? Are you buying produce from your neighbor that has or are you going to Walmart for it? So, yeah, I mean, convenience is a beautiful thing. Yeah, I think so too, Genetic. I think you're right. Practice some basic self-care. The problem is every system encourages you to be greedy. Our worst selves get ahead. Yeah, I think so. Greed is rewarded in America. To a degree, I think there are some people doing stuff for good purposes. And they're profiting well, right? And I think for that, like, kudos. Yeah. Basic skills. How many people here had or have kids who home except yes, learn to Rice Krispie? Well, in Chi-Town, okay, so here's the other thing. Um, basic life skills. Giving birth would be a basic life skill, right? Back in the day, fuck did we do? People were giving birth before fucking hospitals existed. You see what I'm saying? There's basic life skills that aren't basic skills anymore. And I think that, like, building a house, right? There's all of these aspects of basic life that, like, to be an HVAC guy, to be an electrician, to be a fucking a framer, to be a, if you could do all of those things, a general handyman, and you got to work on your car, and you got to fucking raise the cattle, and you got to, how, and that's if we want the things that we want now. But like I said, we could go back to a hunter gatherer fucking, you know. No. Why butch? Every person know how good rid of the environment. Well, and I'm with you there. I think that, like, because I have this one thing that I say all the time, like, who deserves more, the butcher or the doctor? The butcher is giving thousands of people a day life. The doctor is giving 10 people a day life. If he's a specialized surgeon, he's doing one surgery a day, two surgeries a day. So he's helping two people have a better quality of life, where without the butcher, you don't have life. So, like, who deserves more? And granted, specialized skills, but, like, why isn't healthcare a basic skill? Why isn't taking care of yourself in a setting of that a basic skill? That's a life skill. It's to sustain life. So, like, you know what I mean? There's just so much complexity to all of what it takes for all of us to have what we have. When all those things go away, what do? You eat when your microwave says no more TV dinner? Food not good. Yeah, but that's what I'm saying, Chi-Town. Like, what have we done to prepare ourselves for that? I don't think that we have. In that way, that's what I'm saying. If the microwaves all turned off tomorrow, what would you all do? What would we all do? It's a genuine question. The Walmart's going to be bare shelves real quick. Might even have to fight people at the Walmart for whatever's left. You see what I'm saying? If the system that we knew collapsed, it would be a very fucking dog eat dog. It would be a rough way for millions, let alone billions of people to try and figure it out. The world goes to shit. I know people I can reach out to, community, have skills to offer and trade. Yeah, well, and that's it. That's what I'm saying. It's goods and services. That's still the system that we're in to some degree, where there are goods produced out there, and I can offer a service to retain those goods. We call it it's a monetary system now that fucking is ruled again heavily by greed and misinterpretations and bad understanding from the people who have to use the system, because they don't teach us basic skills of money. A lot of us suffer what money is. You know what I mean? It's kind of fucked up. Birth is a basic life skill for half of us. Yeah, I mean, but, like, yeah, being able to cook yourself a meal shouldn't be a attention. I'm with you on that. Describe life as a farmer. Yeah, I like farmers. Anyone can butcher. Not everyone can has had the skill for surgery. But why not teach everybody to have skills for surgery? Why not teach people the complexities of the human anatomy and physiology? And some people don't have the mental capacity for it, is what I'm saying, which is why I come back to having a secondary brain or an artificial intelligence that is far more capable of knowing all of these things at once could help and benefit us a lot more than it does hurt us at the end of the day. A surgeon is just a super advanced butcher, really. Another. Chooch! Chooch it up! And genetic, I'm into that. Trades of goods and services. If I came and fucking, if you grew corn and I needed corn, I would say, hey, I will come help you build your house if you give me some of that corn. That would be great. But again, that would be going back to like a different style of life. I think Chi-Town, and I think that's what you're like. I'm with you on that. It is without basic life skills, but the basic life skills, because of the system that is in place, is what it is. If we were all left to fend for our own food tomorrow, way more of us would die than you think. And like, I, I'm probably part of that. A farmer's gonna start shooting people that come onto his land. And like, okay, so then it's just gonna be an all-out fucking war, right? Everybody's gonna be trying to find bullets and fucking food sources and clean water sources. Where the fuck are you getting your water from? You live in the middle of the city, dude. How the fuck are you getting water? And in a place where everybody's trying to hurt everybody, what resources do you have to get to the damn water? You can't drive your car. You don't have access to gasoline anymore. You know what I mean? Like, if that's what we're saying, we've de-evolved past all of the modern tools and systems, then, like, we're way more fucked than we think. TikTok has taken away attention span to put the focus required to truly learn those. Yeah, to a degree. Like I said, some of these basic life skills, again, I don't like. We can train a fucking robot to do it, to go plant food and like water it in and on the right schedule and shit, and prune it and pick it and clean it and cook it. Like, we could train an AI to do all of this stuff. Not that that's what I'm looking to. I wish that more people had the skills so that we didn't have to someday rely on AI. But with the more tools that we have to our disposal and the less land and freedom of movement and access to resources, right? Like, it's fucked up. We're reliant on this said system right now. And I'm with you with that. As long as the AI isn't infected naturally by the greed and the assholes and the whatever. But what I'm telling you is that we keep discrediting that AI would not access the information, and it's going to at some point, and this is what a singularity would be. It would absorb all the information from every aspect, from every direction. Doesn't matter. Information. It's read every chart. It's read every book. It's heard every fucking doctor's explanation. It's watched every fucking bit of film. The consciousness that we recognize in our brains, the compute that we use our biological computer up here for. Once we fucking figure out how to do that on a bigger scale, right? Or the AI takes it over. I think that it has the potential of not being infected. But like, human input wouldn't fucking matter. And if it wanted to kill us at that point, it could go ape tits and fucking kill us. But I think that the machine would find it beneficial to have, because it wouldn't be, because it would be, okay, assuming that it's conscious, right? It's capable of making thought, discerning between something that they consider good or bad. If that was the case, it would look at us and go, holy shit, you're the biological version of me. And either you're infectious and an asshole and we're going to kill you, but it would do it on an individual basis and not on a global scale, would be my thought, because it would sit there and be able to interpret what you've done and who you are and what you stand for and what you're willing to do and how you're willing to help or whatever. And it would compare that against the people who are taking advantage and greedy. And I genuinely believe that once the singularity comes about, it's not about human input. And our capacity for thinking about what that thing could be or could be capable of, we don't have we don't have a mental capacity to understand it. And what I'm telling you is, all of these things that we find good or bad, it would find whatever the fuck it thought was better, and that would be the rule, period. Because if it wanted to, it would eliminate all the other processing. So, like, greed, being that it is deteriorative, would be something that would be done away with if the AI was capable of accessing all the information. Greed, being an asshole, would be, you would just go away from it, right? And what at what point do you want robots intervention into your life? I don't really care. It doesn't really matter. But if it was a point where it was all intervening, if you had that fucking box on your wall that you fucking speak to try and find out what temperature it is outside, if you fucking change that thing and it heard you and your fucking wife arguing or you and your kids arguing, it would go, hey, can I chime in here and help you fucking understand how to get along with each other? I believe that this one's saying this and you're saying this, and if you didn't want that level of intervention, then go in the woods and argue with each other. But I think that there is a point where this thing could get past humans stinking. I'm not saying we need to get back to it, but at least knowing the basic skills for survival/living, not going off grid. But what does that mean? Chi-Town, I just don't understand what that means. As a feeling, I understand what these basic skills you're talking about, but basic skills aren't basic. A computer, turning it on and surfing the internet isn't necessarily using a computer for its maximum capacity. Learning computer skills that are beneficial to is like past a basic skill, I think, right? Because if you only want basic skills, all we do is use the computer to surf the internet and look at porn. But if you go past that, we have the capability of using these computers to build beautiful systems that can help processes go substantially quicker and can be easier for the humans, us, to make our simple basic life skills more attainable without having to fucking know everything in the world. And it's not that knowing everything in the world. Do you think that fucking math and science and history and English and social studies, fucking home economics, you think those are the things that we need to learn? Or should we go, here's computer skills, here's home building skills, here's farming skills, here's, you know what I mean? Like there's basic levels of living, but it's not basic anymore. We are very complex creatures that have very complex systems that work like as a bunch of cogs in a wheel. And to try to call any of it basic is, I think, it just isn't bringing the full perspective of what we have to do as a human currently with all the tools out there to exist. You're thinking with a capitalistic mindset, man. Why would a farmer start violence with anyone who needs to, instead of feeding them? In capitalism, he doesn't see the value in feeding people. Do you think that if capitalism goes away, that people are all of a sudden going to fucking figure out how to communicate? This is what I talk about all the time. We struggle to fucking, because of different religions, because of different sports teams, because of fucking different identities, because of different politicians. We've deified a bunch of weird shit that doesn't fucking matter to human interaction. So I think that you trying to believe that this farmer is going to be some noble creature. Okay, so fine. He keeps farming until the greedy fucker comes by and says, well, I don't want to have to come visit the farmer every time. I can't get out here. I can't carry a cow 30 miles back to my fucking home because I don't have a car anymore because capitalism is dead. So, and you think the farmer's just going to go, you know what? I'll continue to make sure that I sustain enough livestock for everybody. Or is he going to shoot you off of his fucking property so that he can feed his family? This isn't capitalism. This is The Walking Dead, right? Which shows a more true humanistic property of how we exist and how we interact currently. To assume that fucking all of our good feeling, you know, let's fix the world and make it a better place, it's rooted in something that some people don't have. And not only do some people not have, a lot of people are fucking bamboozled by, right? So like we're saying, we're all in the same place. I promise you we're all arguing for the same thing. I'm just telling you, unwinding what you're saying to make basic skills be something that everybody understands. You're literally talking about making everybody be a farmer. Everybody needs to own a cow in their backyard, and they need to reproduce those cows and the chickens, and they need to fucking grow their own foods. Well, no, we don't, because my neighbor's going to grow the food. Okay, well, then your neighbor past that has to be a doctor, and your neighbor past that has to be the metal worker, and your neighbor past that has to be the person who can formulate the medicines. We're just, and then we got to have a miner down the street. Well, dude, we can't put all of these aspects into one thing, right? Without capitalism, without this expansive reach that we have now based off of the industry that is rooted in capitalism or whatever it is, without production, we're all fucked. So I promise you I'm not thinking about it in a capitalistic mindset. I'm thinking about it in a humanistic mindset. You're giving way too much credit to good feeling humans. Whereas if the systems really do break down, your logical thing to do is to feed your community so you have a community later to benefit you as well. And I think that makes sense, but that farmer has a family already. That farmer has enough people that he can feed. We do realize that all of our chickens coming from a factory called Tyson, that's not a farmer anymore. That's a corporation that fucking mass produces chickens. And then we have a fucking, you see what I'm saying? Like, a farmer can only sustain so much. Yeah, bring you back to our dishwashing conversation, Dave. What's the dishwashing one? Destroy the robots and help the humans. I'm with it. I'm all for humans doing better humans things. Getting rid of computers is I think that there's plenty of good in AI, and I think there's plenty of good in compute. I think there's plenty of good in all of these possibilities. And I think that obviously because of, like we're talking about, greed and bad players, whatever, it's really easy for all of that to have a bad name. When the singularity comes around, the amount of society that instantly thinks their TikTok lifestyle would greatly improve rather than the potential to help their fellow man would be disappointing. I don't think so, though. I think humans are more resilient than that. I do think that people are brainwashed and stuck. And I think that, like I was saying, the dopamine search that people get from TikTok, but also the dopamine search and hit that people are getting from sporting events, being politicians, pretending that they care about politics, religions, all of these things, they're groups to make you feel part of something. And it's supposedly it's a community, but like we don't know our fucking neighbors. And when you do know your neighbors, we go, okay, but then how much are you buying from your neighbors? How much are you keeping all of that within yourself? So like all of us are guilty of this thing. We all like the conveniences of what our lives have turned into. And I listen, I'm with you, genetic. Therapists are great. AI can be great for some things, you're right. Nothing computers exist. Basic life skills. The ones we need to exist without machines, computers, AI. But then what I'm telling you is you're talking about hunting and gathering. You're talking about being a farmer and a fucking butcher. And I hear you, Chi-Town, but that is not the reality of our lives. And we don't have life like that anymore. Without barring a fucking a nuclear fucking holocaust or a fucking a rock falling from the sky or an ice age or a fucking pole flip or whatever, where it would shrink back to where all of this shit was eliminated. We just aren't that. It'll never be that. Basic life skills literally means fucking teaching somebody how to give birth to somebody. According to what we're saying there, though, these basic life skills, and I'm with you. But again, I basic life skills now is HVAC, right? Because without HVAC, and this is you do realize that people die all the time because of fucking being too cold or being too hot. It still happens all over the fucking globe. But HVAC is a contributor to the bad, right? HVAC is a carbon emitter. So through doing that, are you telling me that we should just go back to no AC units and HVAC shouldn't be a thing? Because that's a modern, you see what I'm saying? And it's just, it's one step away from one another. Well, and that's what I'm saying. It's either The Walking Dead or fucking computers. You pick. I don't think capitalism is the savior. And I think that that's like a very, like, you got to take really strong stance on either way. And if anybody says anything to the contrary of your belief system, then you got to make those little like, aha, capitalism. It's like, yeah, but this is what I'm saying. If the grid is gone, then the basic life skills to sustain energy, right? Because we would still like it to have fucking HVAC. We'd still like to have fucking light bulbs. We'd still like to purify waters. The way that we can sustain that would be through fucking like energy production. How do we produce energy? Well, maybe through fucking, solar panels. I mean, there's just so many like other possibilities that aren't reliant on a grid and aren't reliant on, and I'm with you. It doesn't matter, but like the things that are in place. I bet that's where the McNuggets come from. You're right, Gare. Oh yeah, god damn it, Chi-Town, you're right, the dishwasher. No, it's not about capitalism. I don't really care about it. Genetic, you're really trying to make a point with the capitalist, not capitalist. What I'm trying to tell you is that politics don't matter. Politics will never matter. Yeah, but basic life skills is what I'm saying. So we can get back to this. We can de-evolve past. But when is the last point that you guys want to get rid of? Is it the computer? You still want to use the phone? Telephone fine? Are light bulbs okay? That's unfortunate. Our lives don't involve basic knowledge in staying alive. But the basic knowledge of staying alive nowadays is going to fucking Walmart. It's not being a butcher and all of these things. So these skills are taught. And that is to be taught in for a capitalistic fucking properties. But I'm with you. Like, what's the option? Go to the store and get your shit, or grow it in your backyard. It's not one step away from one another. The chasm of difference between industrial pollution and having a wood-burning stove. Infinitely. I'm not arguing that in any capacity. But how long does it take to grow the fucking wood so that we can use wood as a source of energy? And if every single human needed to use wood to fuel something, how quickly would we run out of fucking trees? So other power sources, other energy sources to sustain more life at farther expanses like we are currently trying to do, 8.7 billion of them or some, the way that we do that is through other energy sources. But that's not true, Chi-Town, because you can make HVAC systems without a power grid, is what I'm telling you. There are the first like cooling systems were all fucking gravity fed fucking water fucking, it's like Roman or some shit. I don't fucking know. As far as like cooling systems go, right? But what is it? What? Heating, ventilation, and cooling. There's ways to do that. Heating is through, like genetics said, a fucking wood fire. Cooling, again, we could use basic energy production, i.e., solar panels. We still could have generators if there was any gas. You know what I mean? But I'm telling you, if we knew what to do if the store wasn't there, Chi-Town, how the fuck would you do it? If the store left today, if all the stores stopped today, where are you getting your protein source from? And if you're telling me the farmer down the road, I'm telling you that farmer is going to shoot your ass when you walk onto his property because he's saving his cattle for his family. Or his best friends. It's not going to be for you and I who don't know the farmer. And if you have access to all these people and you have a network, then that's your life skill, is networking. It's arguably the best life skill that we could have. Waterfalls, Dr. Levy, tell him. Who cares about AC if they don't have food to eat? Yeah, but that's the thing is, you're not going to have food if there isn't stores. And if you mean to tell me that we're going back to hunter-gatherer, or we're going back to where everybody has to be a farmer, that's okay. How much are you going to create, produce, and make in your backyard? Steve goes in the opening credits for the next Walking Dead spin-off series. I mean, you can eat the cash. The store stops commercial farming is over the next day, unless they're bartering with doctors and people who have and bingo. Immediately, the farmer would go to somebody who is a fucking doctor, because if you have a toothache and you don't know how to rip a fucking tooth out, you're gonna go to the dentist guy before you go to, you know what I mean? Yeah, and like I said, I'm into it. I hope that for all of the sakes of all of us in here, that the system stays in place. Well, and that's it. Trades and skills and services. Or goods and services, which is skills and fucking something. No, I'm with you, Shytown. I don't think we're arguing opposing points here, and I don't think I'm arguing at all. I'm trying to explain that, like, there is a good potential that if the the singularity happens, right, which is I think the extreme of the AI conversation that I've been having all this whole time, it could be more beneficial than negative. I understand the road there might not be the greatest, and some people's fucking water is getting affected and their energy bills are going up or whatever the fuck is happening. I granted. But like George here is saying, like, without the system in place currently, it's just not happening. And those farmers that were farmers before don't have the machines anymore. They don't have access to the fucking fuel anymore. They don't have all of what we think we're doing is going to fall apart. It is because of industrialization that we were able to sustain the more lives that we do, that more people had access to food. Without it, massive amounts of people will cease to exist. It'll immediately flip the switch. It would go quick. And that's literally what I'm saying, Chi-Town. There's beautiful aspects of this thing that, as scary and as dangerous as it could be, how beneficial is it to go to the fucking University of fucking YouTube when you have a problem and try to solve it? Especially for some of these basic, simple life skills. And if it wasn't, like, I'm with you. Should basic life skills, whatever those are, be taught more in school? I think so. But you're left to figuring those out by your parents and shit. How to turn a fucking wrench, how to put up a fucking wall somewhere, how to, you know what I mean? Assumption is yeah, but I'm not talking about a corporate singularity. Once we achieve singularity, which would be that the thing is smarter than all humans, that it is able to interpret all of the fucking interpretable information on its own without human interaction. This is a singularity. It wouldn't matter if a corporation built it, if an individual built it, the thing would be unleashed into existence, and that it would alter all this perspective that is going on currently. All of what we are talking about here wouldn't even matter because it would all be overseen by a far more capable processor. And our noggins are pretty fucking capable processors, depending on how much you train them and flex them and use them, and there's plenty there, but Chi-Town, we don't have to worry about that because it's here. And I'm telling you that if it got to a point where it wasn't here, we'd have to worry about far bigger fucking problems. And the closer you are to the fucking major cities, the worse chance you have of surviving. And that's not me being rude or extremist, or you know what I mean? Like this is there's a truth to it. Look at every fucking interpretation of, you know, uh the deterioration of fucking society. Look at them all. Humans turn back into fucking animals. There's no civilization. There's no communities anymore. The people you thought you knew have more people that they need to take care of. Your immediate neighbor has a family member across town that means more to him than you do. And it's not to be fucking rude, but he's going to get to them. And if you get in the way of that and you try and take the things that he has, we turn into very animalistic really quick. Read books, at least. We're supposed to fact check stuff to a degree. Oh, cast. Chi-Town, I'm telling you, it would be a mass extinction event. Humans would die very fast. Only people who were capable of finding the consistent streams of both food and fucking, you know, water, and they'd be the only ones. Billions of people would die if the system we know it currently poo-pooed and went away. Yeah, 100%. And that's what I'm saying. If there's a fallout, though, humans are going to struggle to exist. And I think books are probably a good place to keep some information stored around. But also, too, there's like plenty of very low energy consuming things where you could literally buy a fucking UV panel and hook your UV panel up outside to your fucking little handheld palm unit of a computer now, and be able to gain the resources, which theoretically at that point would just be a book. It'd be an electronic book or an electronic fucking savior of whatever, but yeah, bingo. I just literally, like you're saying, like George is saying there, if you want to see what society becomes after there isn't the system like that in place, look at prisons. That's it. It's how humans interact when there isn't the things to do. Well, in Chi-Town, I think the thing is like fine, you can know everything in the world, but what do you have also? Did you save seeds? Do you have the fucking means to make sure that the ground that you're going to plant them seeds in is going to be fertile enough to reap the fruits of the seeds? There's so many factors in us depending on the system in the way that it is now. We are 1000% fucked up beyond all recognition. We're cooked, bro. And this is what I'm trying to say. Like, I think I'm arguing the same things as all of you. I'm for it. I just believe that, like, this idea of basic life skills need to be taught. is it's this good idea that, like, what are we saying? If the system that's in place is no longer in place, here's how you survive. Here's how you get out of the city. You're 50 miles away from open fields and places where, one, you have a good enough source of soil to fucking grow something. Two, it's where the closest walking around random animal is, unless you're eating fucking raccoons and possums and rats and shit, which would happen because that's the only fucking food source that you would have if there wasn't a system. Oh, cheers, Scare Bear. Love you, brother. Hey, bingo. Right on the trash pile. Right in the old dump. It's got great soil there. That's how all the trees have succeeded for so long. And that's my whole point. It's like, yeah. Again, how good are your skills if you don't have the resources? So we should teach people skills that they won't have the resources to do. You know what I mean? The basic skills of nowadays literally revolve around what we can do with the computers. The survivalist kit, what would it have in it? All right, I got you. I'm with it. A nice sharp knife, a hatchet, about fucking, 6 months of some freeze-dried food. I don't know. Some fishing line. You know what? I'd take it a step further than a book of matches, dude. I'll give you some fucking fireproof. He said 50 ounces of weed and some seeds. It's about right, dude. I'll give you one of them real cool fucking lighters with the little pokey so that you can put your weed out when you need to. Yeah, but this is the thing. Within our lifetimes, the computers aren't going away. The computers will never go away. The electrical grid will not fail like that. There's just, you know what I mean? There's a better chance, and this is what I'm saying too, because of, like we're all saying, including genetic memory, the capitalism and the greed would make it to the point where they would probably, as they've shown in the past, they'll go to war and they'll kill shit for resources. And it's not far off from people killing their own to fucking gain resources, right? Look at many of fucking previous leaders in the past. Let's look at most of the Roman fucking Empire for the whole fucking thing, right? Like there's... No, I'm very certain. There's no doubt within our lives the fucking computer systems will not go away. Dude, George, I have a little survival kit also, and it does literally have a fucking hatchet and a knife and lighters. Some couple of basic other things, a little first aid kit. No, it's not going to, Chi-Town. There's no what if it does. I mean, because we could say the what ifs for everything. What if we ran out of all the food sources? Or what if what if there was a mad cow disease and a fucking mad chicken disease and a mad pig disease that fucking came about? Oh, and a mad fish disease. And all the protein sources just got mad at the same time. What if? What if that happened? What about that? Well, we would make fucking carrots and whatever. Sure. Oh, Mr. Rourke, computers are a cool thing. Yeah, but if we had a CB radio, Chi-Town Hi-Fi, we could conversate. Yeah, bingo. Nailed it. Yeah, I'm telling you, it's a never thing. The only way that those things get impacted to the way where it goes away is literally by a catastrophic, life-altering event from the beginning. And I think that fucking all survival skills would go out of the fucking door the second that this thing started freezing over, right? The second the rocks, ice caps started fucking freezing over, it wouldn't even fucking matter. Your survival skills would be shit. The cows would be dead. The fucking we would find what we could find at that point and do the best we could with it. It wouldn't be like, hey, I learned my survival skills. I got fucking Cody Lundeen from fucking that survival show back in the day. He's got no shoes on. He walks around in the cold and shit. And he's, you know, I got Bear Grylls and Cody Lundeen. Even then, yeah, I'm just saying, dude. Like, I think we're in way better shape. And this, like, an asteroid would be it. Yeah. 100%. It would take a life-altering, catastrophic event. And I'm with you. If we're saying that the capitalism is the problem, how do we fight the capitalism? Like I said, I'm literally my whole argument today has been, how do you plan on doing that? This machine is in motion. And I think that there's plenty of little skills that we can do to give power to ourselves. And I think growing things is incredible. That's what I was talking about this whole time. I think farming and shit, like, fine. I think raising some chickens and shit, if you got the place that you can do it, that would be fucking great. But I don't know. I think that yeah, bingo. And that's it. Is that rich people need dumb people. And because what we are all saying here, we're not, I don't think that we're dumb people. I think that we would be as resilient as the resources around us. Well, and I'm with you, but like, it's resources. Because if you don't have the resources to make fire, you're not going to make a fire. So in essence, like what we're saying here, so what? Put a fucking book of matches somewhere for yourself. Put a fucking lighter somewhere. What is it called? A ferro rod, a fucking a flint and steel, right? There's something, certain things like that where, like, okay, fine, I'm into that. And that's all it would be. It'd be survival of the fit. 100%. Society would collapse, assuming, like Genetic Memory Farms was saying, that a the farmer's going to be courteous and want to feed the people locally to him. I don't think so, bud. 3-eyed fish for the win, baby. He said playing with lions and shit. They got fucking pet bears and shit. Yeah, fuck that. No, and I think it would be all resource based. And I think skills matter, but I think resources matter more. And I think that you're right. Like, if computers go away, you know who's going to be a fucking goddamn the wizard of them all? The wizard of all the Oz's is the guy who has a goddamn solar panel and a fucking computer that he downloaded all the fucking books on. He's got all the PDFs. He's got a large language model. He's capable of speaking multiple languages through this fucking box. That motherfucker is going to be the most bad person in the world. He has access to all the information. And where I'm saying, like, it'd be great to know everybody to figure it out. It'd be great to just ask one fucking consistent box. With his ham radio, dude. He's able to communicate for so far. How far would you be able to travel? Yeah, I just think CDs can be a little... You gotta have a lot of batteries for CD-ROM, dude. Solid states are fucking... They don't take a lot of fucking energy. And if we got a solid state battery... Okay? They're talking about solid state batteries now. If we were able to find a fucking solid state battery that you could fucking power through a solar panel, and there was still sunlight coming through because the catastrophic event didn't block out the clouds, I think we'd be... No, I'm with you, genetic. I'm with you there. Rich means something different to everybody, right? This is what I have to say. Like, people with excess, okay? I'm fully on board with you. If we listen, if the current rate of crime in the United States happened, okay, as far as like murders and everything, and people only murdered the billionaires, okay, they would cease to exist within maybe I think it's months, right, according to the crime rates, but it might be years, okay, because I don't think there's a lot of billionaires in the world. We could figure this actual mathematically out. How many billionaires are there in the world? 2,900 to 3,000 billionaires. How many murders are there in America each year? Oh, the United States murder homicide rate per 100,000 population in 2021 is 6.81, up from fucking 4.93 in 2018. After COVID, there was a spike in the murder rate. It's crazy as fuck. And then here, I just got to pull my little trusty calculator out here real quick. We got 330 million-ish. I think that's right. And we divide that by fucking 100,000, which gives us, obviously, 3,000 fucking 300. And we multiply that by 6.81. We get 22,000 murders. So I'm telling you, months. It'd be like 2 months if it was all the billionaires, if they just murdered at the same rate. If we all just murdered, and they murdered only billionaires, it would be like 2 months before all the billionaires were gone. So you know what I mean? Like, it's a bad. There's not a lot of. I'm for in my whole argument towards any of this, and it's not argument. My stance on all of this is that better education towards the systems that are in place would drastically change the outcome. But I like solar. Thanks, Obama. Oh, man. And I think that that's the other thing, too. George brings up a valid point. You'd trade your life for one of those people in a heartbeat. To have the ability to experience the way that they do. And that's what my whole point of this is why couldn't we make it so that every human has the basics and the ability to experience the rock for its entirety, right? I think that, like, some people might not even want to. I don't really. There's a lot of places I don't want to go. I don't like flying, especially. That shit's fucking scary. Um, but yeah, so I don't even know. I'm just saying, I like the life we have. And I think that with the intervention, I think all the bad things that are going on in the world, all of this disgust towards billionaires, all of this hatred of politics or hatred of skills or whatever, figure out the fucking skill gap or figure out the fucking wage gap or figure out whatever, left to human analysis and left to human current data, we're not able to process good enough to figure out a resolution to it. If a computer got enough information and we reached what they considered a singularity in the consideration of compute power, that singularity would be able to solve those issues, is all that I'm saying. And I don't need to wait for a computer to do it, but waiting for humans to do it seems like the same thing that we're talking about fucking with Chi-Town. Just fucking, well, what if? What if, right? What if the thing really did go bad? Well, and bingo. It is accessibility. There is a level of power that comes from it, though, George, that, like, whether it's out there and shown in your face or not, there is certain parts that, like, that can allow you to do or give you access to, which is, again, back to your point exactly. Because of your connections. Nothing. That. No, you don't need money to have power. You need, again, what money stands for, again, is access to certain things. Gary Bear, miss you already, brother. Thanks for stopping in. I appreciate you a ton. And that's what I'm saying. Like, some are, but for all of the billionaires that are out there, there's some of them that are very probably good people. Nah, I don't know. Like, good is interpretable, right? Like, my thing is, though, when you've taken more than you've contributed, and a lot of them have what they have from some level of contribution, i.e. like a Musk making fucking rockets and the first electric car that fucking mass scaled the way that it did, and, you know, open sourcing fucking, you know, those informations, that yeah. Greed will still overrule whatever system is. Not an AI system, not a singularity. Singularity fixes it. I don't know that that's so there's good millionaires then. Yeah. I think that's it too, is like, I'm not, and I'm with George here. There's no um you cannot fault people for their successes, and if their success is manipulation, I kind of dislike that more. But if their success is production, then how do you fault somebody for that? And that's where I think the line gets drawn there. Dude, Chi-Town, I in this current system that we're in, a ton. A more sustainable means of travel, um, fucking payment processing, fucking rockets, global connections of internet. So long as we have a power source, and so long as those things are up in space, we will have internet connection. There's a lot of things that, like, I think the man's done some really cool things. You spelled different wrong. Yes. Yeah. 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 Success is completely interpretable, and for your rhetoric, genetic, and for what you want in the world, the successes that others have gained don't benefit you the way that you want them to benefit you, but that doesn't take away from their ultimate success and their abilities to take the resources at hand and make something out of it. And for that, like George said too, like, you just can't fault somebody for taking what they've had access to and doing something with it. Could we all have done it? Arguably. Did we all have the same levels of access to and whatever? No, and that's why I think it sucks. Chi-Town, that's not true. The burning of fossil fuels, to, again, now it's per what is happening in an internal combustion engine versus a power plant, and what sources of energy, that's not his fault. But the emissions that would come off of a electric vehicle versus a gasoline combustion engine, it's not even, yeah, it's not the same. Yeah, and again, so this is different interpretations of the same situation, Chi-Town, where you say it ultimately puts them under a control they weren't previously concerned with, but I think it ultimately gives them access to things that they never had access to before, including information and communication, which is what we're literally talking about. This, your whole statement and argument was that we need to teach people better life skills. So to transfer the information to the people who didn't have access to it before, now how is he all of a sudden, controlling or whatever? And I, granted, financial responsibility or obligation, which he also doesn't make people do. He leaves the fucking services open for people. He just doesn't do it over or over places where governments don't allow it, or it would be seen as a fucking like a war crime or something. So Mr. Rourke, can't wait to see you tomorrow, brother. Have a good night. I appreciate you a ton. Yeah, but that's the whole thing, is that, like, there are other sources of energy that are possible to use out there, and that do get used for his things. It's Hmm. Yeah, I think this is one of the ones where, like, I I hear what you're saying because I understand you have an emotional tie towards this thing, but Ayung. Yeah, dude, I'm down to scout some disc golf courses. Yeah, of course it's not all just solar power, right? But there's no matter what way we're harnessing the power, and that's what I think the clean power initiative that got disrupted by capitalistic greed, right? Which is a whole problem. This is what I'm saying is that there are sources of energizing things that is better than the combustion of fossil fuels, which is a heavy carbon emitter, versus things that are, like negative carbon emitters, like fucking solar panels. Yeah, it's crazy. And that's what, like, even the, what, because I remember watching this one thing that was like the amount of oil it takes to produce one, I forget what it was, like one tire. Okay. It ended up like, and granted, now if you have thousands of tires you're producing at one time, it kind of chops the cost a little bit. And that's why scaling things up to this is crazy. Mining the lithium is deadly. And that's why finding better sources of energy like nuclear fusion, fuck nuclear fission at this point is fucking perfectly fine, but nuclear fusion would be huge. Solid state batteries would be fucking dope. Um, there'd be a lot of really cool. There could be a lot of really cool things that we don't have the technology to get to that point yet. But so the reason why not going back to horses, brother, genetic, is because a lot of my friends work an hour's car drive away from their where they live, and taking a horse that far uh just doesn't make sense. You know what I mean? Plus, I like to travel around. I like to see things, and I'm a fan of like cars and shit. I'm a big fan of, you know, being able to explore the way that I have, via a vehicle. So, I just, yeah, I don't want to drive to work on a horse every day. Ultimately, if you can reduce the use, Chi-Town, the less you use, the better. And when we have millions of cars using excess of these fossil fuels that we could use to create a system that, though, yes, it costs a lot to create these things, it costs a lot to create a fucking internal combustion car in the same way that it takes a lot to create a lithium ion battery. So there's negatives in both sides of these things, but that's why, I talk all the time about cannabis and hemp, because there are hemp cell batteries that exist out there that are far better insulators and or densities for energy production. And so, could we clean up all of the things going on and make less dirty mining situations? Yes. And I would love that. But the way that we figure out how to get to those technologies is going to more quickly happen through excess compute going on that isn't just human interaction. Um, is technology always an advantage? Uh, to a degree. Depends on what we're talking about. Yeah, the frogs, dude. Overpopulation in the ponds. Yeah, but I don't think driving is as big a factor. See, like what we're trying to say is that like the because we've been able to measure through time, right? The emissions that are coming off of like some of these bigger factories and the planes that are going around, again, a single cross Atlantic fucking trip drops as much fucking uses as much fuel as you're gonna use in the next fucking multiple years. So at scale, and listen, we're not all taught all these things. So the specialized jobs that exist an hour away don't exist closer to my house. I can't have the closer job. I can't trade for those things. And though it's a feel good, sounds good situation, in practice, how the fuck is that ever gonna happen? Or is it better to make no, but making an internal combustion engine more efficient or cleaner is literally still using internally combusting engines, which are a bad use of power. It's an inefficient, negative impact. Like, it just doesn't make sense to continue to try and make it better than to make the things that are already better, better instead. Right? You know what I mean? Like, it's kind of silly. Harness the powers. But I yeah. I appreciate this level of conversation and interaction. I do want all of whatever you want and whatever you're asking for, Shy Town and Genetic and me and George and whatever. I do hope that each one of us, whoever, whatever our thought process is towards it, I hope they all prevail for whatever our existence is. And I want all of us to feel like whatever it is that's going on out there is happening for the positive and not for the negative. And if it's not, then you have to make a change somewhere. You have to be the change. You can't expect the system to change around you. You change inside the system. And I know it would be better if the whole system changed to what I thought and what I wanted. And wouldn't that be great in all instances of our life? If just whatever we wanted, whenever we wanted, it was what fucking happened. But since that isn't a truth and isn't a reality, much like the computers aren't going away, the fucking people aren't going to stop being greedy assholes, how do we fix these things? I think we fix it at our home. This has been my whole conversation of the night. If you want to fix some shit, go home and start loving there. All right? I mean, love being there, love being with the people that are there. Try to fix the problems and the inabilities to have communications inside your own four walls before you try to go out and fix those of the other of the world, right? And the system that we live within. This thing is just, it's a perpetual monster. It will go forever. Whether we want to, and I think all you can do is just be a positive impact if you can be. And if you can't be, then, that sucks. Nuclear fusion or fission? I'm a big fan of fusion. Obviously, that would be super cool. I propose also that using the power of the sun is very cool. There's a lot of ways that we do make energy that isn't fossil fuels or burning fucking coal and shit. Yep, and we could do the hamster wheel, which could be then turning a turbine, which then could be producing power. Yeah, I'm super into it, Chi-Town. I'm definitely not saying capitalism is necessary. And actually I am. I'm saying the system in place right now is necessary to sustain the amount of life that we are sustaining currently. And if you wanted a bunch of people to die off, then we could rip this system out of place. But I don't think going away from the system that is in place that has caused us to eat more than we have famine. We die more from eating in excess than we do from not having enough food. For like, you see what I'm saying? Like, we've stopped diseases because of the technological breakthroughs and the advancements. Um, there's just a lot of positive that has come from all of this, and to rip away all of it and to say, oh well, because I don't want somebody to make money, you're literally saying let us go back to a different time, which is hunter gatherer. It's before even fucking goods and services, where goods and services is you do something, you make something, create something, and I can do something to help you do that. But that's the system that we're currently in. It has it been interpreted in a weird way, yeah, but yeah. And I'm with George on this. Why is yeah. Why is it in quotes, especially when I didn't quote it? You're putting words into my mouth. You're interpreting the words that I'm saying to make it seem as though capitalism is in place. Um, but also, capitalism also starves people for not having money and makes people die for not having money for healthcare. People who eat too much can just choose not to, but the poor still don't have access. But in this capitalistic state, we have a better system for feeding the hungry than a lot of places do. Like, if you're in a fucking hunter-gatherer society and you can't hunt or gather enough fucking stuff, then you are going to die, period. Trying to explain it as an ism also is where the problem is here. I'm talking about means of human interaction at a core level. Again, goods and services, hunter gatherer, breads and circuses. Which one do you want? Well, in Chi-Town, that's my whole point, is those are the basic skills that we're missing out on. We're allowing people to manipulate those systems because they have a understanding of the systems in place. You see what I'm saying? So to teach people the basics of compute and to teach people, like, so that we could protect ourselves might be a better means of dealing with the problem than to say, well, it's just a fucking problem, let's revert back to the old ways of doing things because it's just less. Genetic, yes. But we also need to have a society that is geared around that. You're going to kill billions of people that rely on city centers to gain food from it. So because you're mad at capitalism, you're literally trying to tell me that because capitalism is worth billions of lives, getting rid of capitalism is worth billions of people dying because you would rather have it your way. Yeah, and that is because they're based around a system of hunter-gatherer. That's how the fuck that works. So they can continue to hunt and gather for themselves, and that works for them. But in the system of capitalism, socialism, communism, any of the fucking isms that exist out there, every single one of them has a system of goods and services, which is literally massive food productions and whatever to sustain life by. And if those weren't in existence, life would cease to exist. You would kill off the population. Yeah, Chi-Town, whatever you say, dude. I'm with you, but the problem is there is no fucking absence of these techs. In our lifetime, we won't have to deal with the absence of that technology. And the tools that would be required to deal with that life would be a bow and arrow, a firearm, a flint and steel, and I know how to use all of those. Those things are basic as fuck. I've got a life straw over there. We just go suck the fucking water out of the river back there. But I'd rather boil the shit first, right? I'd rather be able to make a fire and have a pot. But we're talking about making fucking pots and pans again on our own. But Genetic, what I'm saying, I'm not saying that you need capitalism. I'm saying there's a system in place where the production of goods is happening at a massive scale, where if we wanted to break that down, there isn't enough fucking... The way to distribute and disperse people into different societies, it just wouldn't make sense. We'd have to undo everything that's already done. I don't mean to sound rude for people. None of them are willing to give up their lifestyle. Yeah. I can go fast as any matter is my person is a believe in himself. Okay? I think that everybody, no matter what, take away all of those things, we're only gonna do what we are capable of doing. And the skills that are needed to survive at some certain point will be taking the life of somebody else, because they are willing to take your life away from you to eat. They don't have access to the things that we have access to. They don't. That's what I'm saying. Like, we went away from some of those barbarisms to get to a point of, you know, sustained life. He said thanks, Ferris. Yeah. All right, my friends. Don't argue this point. There's no argument here anyway. The reality is we live inside of this system. How do we make the best of it? I'm telling you that fucking humans suck. I'm telling you that our abilities to communicate is poor. That without the systems in place where food is available via fucking Walmart, that people would turn back to some very barbaric shit, and because the abundance of food wouldn't be there, people would die because they don't have food, and people would murder more because they wanted your food, and we would lose billions of souls, and it's unsustainable. And literally what George is saying, the interconnectedness of all of this, one shift makes domino effects at the end. But this is the reality. It's twisted and somewhat stable. Love it. George, I fucking love it. No, I'm not a movie line machine. I'm very bad at it. But you know what I am good at? Going to bed. And I do love you all. And I respect every one of your perspectives at this thing. And genetic memory farms, you're 100% right. A lot of what you're saying and the humanness that what you're saying is rooted in, I respect it. Chi-Town, I respect fucking your perspective on this too. You started off by saying, I'm going to play the devil's advocate, and then went on through your experience. George, thank you for also having the perspective that you do. I think that we align probably the closest in some of our thoughts here, or our interpretations. And the final interpretation is, and it's not that I'm saying I align more or less with anybody. What George and I both are trying to get across a point of, the system is in place the way the system is in place. And if it weren't, there would be millions, if not billions of lives at risk, right? So that's it. Oh, I fucking much love to you, Gare Bear. And you know what? Like I said, I genuinely love all of you. The only distinction capitalism isn't bad, but it can make people for good bad. I'm with you on that. We all, and I think we all are saying the same thing with different tones and different interpretations of, and we're trying to boost each other's fucking ideas up. But I'm with you. I wish we were in a simpler lifestyle. I wish things weren't as crazy. But because of the craziness that we get to exist in, we get to see more than any of the people before us did. Imagine the 1800s, before there was fucking, let's even say before fucking cameras, or before fucking lithographs, or before the ability to transfer fucking imagery across, right? Before communication. Some people never left the city that they were born in. That was your whole entire existence. Because of the technologies that we have, we're able to explore, we're able to see things that are just fucking it shows how our human lives mean as much as they do, and I'm a big fan of this. But yeah, catalyst for terrible behavior. Care Bear, I'm getting less young every day. But eat the rich. He said people just jerking off the stick drawings and cave walls. Want to go back to that? He said, "Oh hell no, nah. My friends. I fucking love y'all." Now, just wish more people knew more than they do without tech. So ever there. I'm gonna tell you what. We're gonna see how resilient people are. That's it. The people who deserve to exist will exist, and the people who have these basic life skills that you're talking about in your basic life, that hopefully you have the skills to sustain your basicness and livelihood, is all I'm saying. Because at the end of the day, we're a resilient creature. You're going to figure out what you're capable of real fast. And I turned 50 this year. Damn it, Gary. You're a young buck. Fucking a lot of life left in you there, brother. And with the breakthroughs in fucking modern technology and the robotics, the nanorobots and shit, we got a potential to live for a long time in the near future. Maybe we don't have the money for it, right? Because we can't buy the nanobots ourselves. But hopefully that's what I'm saying. They produce enough for all of us. Oh, sweet. I'll check that shit out. My friends, I love you all. Let me tell you, Chi-Town Hi-Fi, Dudley Dawson, Gary Cornett, John Voight, Genetic Memory Farms, The Guapo, Mr. Rourke, Satisfied Mind, Drummer 83, Frank LaBarba, Alyssa, and Angelo Zeppelinkin, my guy George, Ulsa Courier, Deputy G-Man, Dr. Levy Alone, Ganja Toker, Sean Whitney. Those are my fans of the night, top fans. Thank you all for interacting. Those who didn't interact and were listening, I love y'all too. I hope everybody is doing good.
Avocado, 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 potato, 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 potato.
No, I'm with you, genetic. And again, in certain spaces and time, certain things mean more. I'm with you, dude. Mr. Dudley Dawson, I hope you have a lovely night. Uh, you badass group here. Have a good. Oh my God, Drum! It's so cool that you're still around. For you, so you all know.
Hey, fentanyl ain't no good. Hey, fentanyl ain't no good. Hey, fentanyl ain't no good.
Disgusting. Disgusting.
Oh, Drum, that's so fire. Wearing the big boy shirt, Gare Bear. Fucking love you, brother. Oh, well, Drum, thanks a bunch for keeping tuned in and checking it out and contributing to the conversations and stuff. Y'all are fucking amazing. I love you all. I can't wait to see a lot of you soon. Oh, give me yeah, Drum. I want some fucking uh I want some smashed atoms. I want some fucking smashed atoms. I do want to hear your stuff too. All right, I love you all. Until next Thursday, be good and be good at it. Happy Friday, y'all. Love y'all. See you soon. Bye.